A lot of players want to know more about and Anduin. Today was shocking for many of us. In your first looks at the chains of domination, we learned that she's going to be a boss in the next raid, and the Sanctum of Domination is what that's called. And in the cinematic for the patch, Anduin went a little nuts. Everybody wants to know more. Can you elaborate on what we saw and tell us more about what you have in store for us with these characters?
A little nuts. Wow. Well, yeah. So the story of Anduin and Sylvanas and their relationship with the jailer, that triangle is really foundational to the story of Shadowlands. And it's something obviously that unfolded from the very first moments of going into the Maw, all the way through our ventures into Torghast, trying to free our allies. And it really culminated in the 9-0 time frame with that cliffhanger moment of Sylvanas holding the sword out in that pose, and Anduin challenging her, saying, "This is, the power's in your hands. What are you going to do with it?" And we wanted to leave it at a cliffhanger there, but not for too long. And so it's awesome for BlizzConline to have that chance to now show you what happened. And so we learn what happened, right? We see that Anduin was in fact dominated, and we understand now why the jailer was looking for someone with those qualities. They needed to be someone who could walk in the front door of Bastion and meet the requirements of that. So they needed to be that hero. They needed someone with Anduin's heart to be able to do what he did. But of course, Anduin wasn't in control of his actions there. And so we see him attack, speaking with the jailer's voice. But in that moment, we do see, as the kind of sigil is drawing out from the Archon, we see that moment where Anduin does regain some control, and he's horrified by what he's doing. So, that tells us that Anduin's still in there. He's not gone by any means, but then we see the jailer's influence kind of tighten the leash again and have him complete his mission, which is to bring that Covenant sigil to the jailer, and we find out that that's a key that he needs. And as we play through Chains of Domination, we'll find out more about what that entails and how that fits into the jailer's ultimate plan.
Sorry, there was this moment when that was happening, when you just described it, when Anduin kind of comes to himself again, looks horrified about what he's done, and then the jailer remotely sort of amps it up again, and you see those runes on his armor kind of ignite, and he goes back into that sort of place that we just saw him in. And my question is, when he walks past Uther on his way in there, or Luther as everybody calls him,
we call him that.
Does Uther know this? Can you speak to that at all? Did Uther know what was happening there, or is Uther just feeling bad because he knows Anduin and is having a little guilt there?
Well, there's a couple things going on there. So there's number one, there's just the look on Uther's face, which I've already seen 100 memes about, and that's awesome. But you see what his hand does. He reaches up and he touches that wound that's on his chest, the wound that was made by a weapon of the Maw. And so on some level, Uther recognized that power, and I'm sure it was not lost on him as well that there was this kingly figure walking in with long blonde hair, and that certainly stirred some memories in him as well. So all of those details, those are the things that we just pour over as we're creating these cinematics, and we have an awesome cinematics team. Taryn Gregory and his team just doing phenomenal work. I think the quality of what they've done in Shadowlands in particular has just been amazing, the little nuances. And so you see those moments of Anduin being horrified. You see when Sylvanas looks at him and kind of is in her eyes is pondering what's going on. So even though we find out that she did the thing that she did, it's clear that there's a lot more going on the surface, and that will be explored more fully throughout the course of Chains of Domination. And yeah, it does lead to that final conflict within the Sanctum of Domination, the Jailer's Stronghold, where Sylvanas is the last boss of the raid. And I'm not going to give any spoilers, but what I will say is that confrontation, I can say that I think it's going to be one of the most epic moments in our rating, because it has so much story behind it. And we've spent so long now getting to know Sylvanas, seeing all these facets of her, the hero, the ranger general, the banshee, now this maw-empowered form that was able to go to the top of Icecrown and throw the frozen throne at Bolvar. You know, all of those facets will come into play in this encounter, and it's not going to be a simple matter of walking in there and you know, playing our swords against Sylvanas. There's a lot of story wrapped up into that, and it's going to be a super exciting confrontation.
Yeah, maybe she'll have a moment to have that eye looked at. She hasn't had anything done to it since it got cut. I hope she's okay.
It's, you know, you should count the number of characters in Shadowlands who are carrying one kind of scar or another, because it's a lot of them.
Well, they are their scars, as one famously said. Holly, let's move to you for a second. Classic is now going to get Burning Crusade right along with it. Burning Crusade Classic was announced today, and we got a great opportunity, or yesterday rather, a great opportunity listening to you talk about it. Many players are asking a lot of questions about that. So, for example, when moving from Classic to Burning Crusade, while keeping a copy of my character, let's say, on Classic to play separately, what's that going to look like for my gold or my items in the bank? Am I going to see any differences when I first log into that character on the two different realms I'm then on? And will they then go off into their own separate timelines, never to join again?
Great question. So I'm going to do my best to explain this simply because we weren't able to get into a lot of the details. So for you, I'm going to give you an example of how it's going to work. In my case, I'm going to use my very original character named Holly on Worm Rest Accord. And we'll assume I don't play a lot of alts. Let's just say I have two characters. So I've got a level 60. When I log in on pre-patch, I will log in at that moment in time. We are taking a snapshot of the character when the servers are brought down at pre-patch. That snapshot is going to be copied to Classic Era and for Burning Crusade and the current server you're on. So when you log in, I see Holly on Worm Rest Accord. I'll see an option when I select Holly. Do I want to move on into Burning Crusade Classic, or do I choose to play in Classic Era? If I choose to move on into Burning Crusade Classic, I click the button, I'm off and running. So if I select my level 30, also originally named Halia character, and I decide, okay, this is my character, she's 30, I'm going to go to Classic Era and continue leveling up and enjoying my experience in Classic with my friends, I select Classic Era. So what that's going to look like for me on Worm Rest Accord that's moving on into Burning Crusade Classic is that character will look inactive. Then I will go to the Battle.net app, I will install Classic Era, then I will log into Classic Era to Worm Rest Accord, the same server, and then I will be able to play Halia. I will have the same gold on both, I will have the same friends list on both, everything will be completely the same. And then I will also have the option to play Halia on both. I can pay a fee and activate my clone on Burning Crusade Classic in that case, and play both. And they will both have the same gold amounts that we had in the snapshot, same friends, etc. So it should feel the same and feel seamless. We're making a lot of effort to make it as smooth and as simple as possible.
Well, it seems like a lot of care has been taken to make that happen. And the first thing I thought of when it was announced was, all right, how are they going to handle this? They got these players that want to stay in vanilla forever, and there are some that clearly want to keep moving forward. And who knows how forward that ends up being in the future. But for right now, for Burning Crusade, it running through my head was all these ideas I could think of that you guys might try to make those people happy or to keep them happy where they are. And it sounds like this is the right way to do it. And you guys feel like you you've explored as much as you can, or I guess the game's not out, so maybe there's still time to explore more and get feedback. But do you feel pretty good about how that's going to launch in that state?
I think we feel pretty good, but of course, beta will tell us a lot more. So that's coming around the corner pretty soon. And we'll be looking for feedback on some of the decisions we have made. And of course, where we can, we'll improve it and make it the best possible experience as we can. We do expect the majority of players are going to go into Burning Crusade Classic. So we are putting a lot of effort on both sides to make it as smooth as possible so that you can just jump in and play.
Brian, I got one for you. It's somewhat related. How will high population numbers be handled in the Burning Crusade Classic? The zones are small, and funneling everyone into a single location has been less than optimal for the release experience anyway. Exactly how do you handle all the bottlenecks, as well as heavily shared mobs and questing areas, dailies, that sort of stuff?
Well, to a certain extent, there's a desire, I think, to recapture that challenge of fighting over contested spawns. That's part of the gameplay. But at the same time, we do recognize that this is, you know, a high population of players, and we want to make sure that the experience is enjoyable. And so we have made optimizations and improvements to make sure that the servers are stable. We were able to leverage those to make sure that Encourage is stable and make sure that we can support high populations of players and make sure that the game is playable. But that experience of like, there's a spawn like of a mineral node or a rare herb or a netherwing egg, and I want to get that and someone else is competing with me for it. Like, that's part of the goal of the game. And so we don't want to like make any major changes to that. But to the extent that we have higher populations than we normally did, we are willing to make like some targeted changes if we see that there are problem areas. We did this with Black Lotus during Classic, and so if we see that there's some particular problem area, we will take a close look and see if there's something that needs to be adjusted for the fact that we have large populations.
All right, let's jump back into Shadowlands for a second with a question from Volrin from the Deep Pockets Guild. I could use some gold. Maybe I need to go there. Will we be receiving more race/class combinations given the customization is such a major theme in this expansion? Ian, let's go to you.
Sure. So, I think player agency and choice are certainly a major theme of the expansion, and one of the ways that's expressed itself has been customization. We've seen a wider than ever array of cosmetics and other options for players to choose among. But part of what we've also been trying to reinforce and maintain is differences, is a world that consists of different paths. And whether it's everything from class design and the return of abilities to us carving out spec niches, we want to maintain a world where there isn't exact symmetry. Things are cool, but they can be cool in different ways. Now, we've, over the years, gone back and re-examined race-class combinations periodically. We've certainly reached a much more permissive open place in the modern game than was the case in Classic or Burning Crusade. And for now, we think we've gone about far enough. I think there are cultural differences. There's elements to these races' histories that preclude, for example, certain races from being demon hunters or certain races from being warlocks. And those are not lines we're looking to cross. But it's something we always re-examine going forward. So I think we don't have any plans in the middle of Shadowlands to change anything there, but I would never say never about any of these.
I think some people are surprised that that whether you're wearing cloth or plate, that you're going to be able to wear your Covenant's appearances across the board. That surprised a few people. Surprised me. Does it surprise you that you guys decided to go ahead and make that a little bit homogenous per Covenant?
I think that's one of those things that is a reflection of identity that we started really to broach with heritage armor. That was one of the first sets of armor that could be worn regardless of your class, regardless of material type. And when it comes to pure aesthetic expression, we want to give players more and more options there. And if you're someone who's looking for, you're a plate-wearing warrior, but you want more of a flowing robes vibe as you're going into combat, we have gameplay reasons why we don't want to let you transmog the entire range of cloth. But for these cosmetic sets that we introduce, the more options, the better.
Well, I love that stuff. Cynthia Lee wrote in, I think this is a good one for John. And this is very interesting. And I think, actually, I got a lot of this on the side, people saying, hey, you should ask this question. I'm like, well, I'm not really going to ask anything that I can't approve first, but it turns out a lot of people asked it. World of Warcraft basically got me into the gaming industry, says Cynthia. I am super interested to know, how did your workflow change during this pandemic year? John, how did that go?
Wow, that's a great question. I think maybe first I'd like to start with how it changed us and maybe the way we think of what we do. Like everyone, this all happened very suddenly for us. One day we're working towards getting the next drop for the alpha out, and looking forward to getting Shadowlands complete. And then the next day we're all hustling to quickly get things packed up and move to home. And I think at first it was just sort of settling in and trying to connect with each other through Zoom or, whatever medium we had. We had really great response from our IT team. And then the team kind of reached out to each other, to find comfort and just feel connected in some way. But I think the most important thing for us is, as we saw, the horrendous events that were happening around us, and the isolation really that was happening, not only to us but to everyone, and certainly to our players, we found a purpose for ourselves. It's like, hey, we can connect people. This is what WoW started with. This happened before social media and Facebook, and we have a way to bring people together, give them something to do and to pass the time, and hopefully reconnect with friends. And I think it was really cool in a way to know that we were able to do something that was actually going to bring some peace and solace to people in a time that was pretty troubling, and still is, for many folks. And we certainly feel extremely grateful for the ability to do this. In terms of, how other things has changed in our workflow, I think that we're all considering, well, when this is over and we can all get back together, what will that look like? And there's some aspects of being at home that we enjoy. For many, the long commutes aren't there. The ability to easily connect with your family and friends is really cool. And so I think we'd like to have some aspect of that, as I'm sure a lot of folks would. The hard parts are really, I would walk down the hall and, like, Brian's literally like 3 doors down from me, and I could walk into the area where he and his team work and ask him a question or tell him some really cool news about what was going on, in terms of our players. And I can't do that now, or more than likely with me, because I forget, I'll ask a question, I'll go to Ian and he'll give me a very studious answer, and it's awesome. And then I'll be walking down the hall, I'm like, oh, but you know what? I should have asked him this, and I'll turn right around and I'll ask him. Like, now it's like, well, I just hung up the Zoom call. Do I really call him back up again? And I'm sure, our whole team sort of feels that way. And, especially the new team members, Holly hadn't even been with us that long before. We're like, okay, you're now working from home. Don't worry about moving.
Yeah,
So,
that must have been something else. All I know is, from a player and as a fan and somebody who pays a lot of attention to this sort of stuff, to see you guys launch a full expansion, and not only a big expansion, but one that was expected to break records given how many people were home, and an opportunity to get back into WoW, and have that happen with so little hitch. Like, I was shocked that day. I said, well, I'll be in queues all day, or it won't be up, or authentication servers will be down. I had all kinds of bad attitudes about what was going to happen. And you guys nailed it, and I'm still not entirely sure how you pulled it off, given all the circumstances you just described. But I assume you and the team are pretty proud of how that all went down.
amazing team, Scott. I mean, I've been in the industry a lot of years, and this is truly the most professional team I've ever worked with. I mean, they love this game. We all came to the game because we were players and we loved it, and they just plowed on, especially everyone on the team is awesome. But I think especially, in finishing things, you look at our live ops team, not only did they successfully get Shadowlands out without a hitch, and, we certainly had some hitches. I certainly goofed by predicting the date a little bit ahead of time, but, I think we did the right thing. We took the time to make the game right and really, tune that in game. But the live ops team had to support not only that and the shifts that were going on there, but they went ahead and got Next Ramos out, for us during that time, because we didn't want to let down the classic players just because Shadowlands was running a bit behind.
Well, it's a really impressive feat. Speaking of impressive feats, we've got a lot of people wondering what happened to the Archon, and we have one in particular. Arthurius asked, what happened to Archon? Is she dead, or is she just wounded? Steve, let's throw this one to you.
Yeah, we again, when we're reviewing these cinematics and talking about all the details, we actually I talked about that with Taryn Gregory, our director. I'm like, we should put some indication in there because we want to make it clear that she survives this. And so you see her hand kind of move. It's subtle, but it's there. But yeah, the idea is she does survive this attack. And when you come in to start playing Chains of Domination when it goes live, you basically pick up the story in the aftermath of this attack. And as you can imagine, once the Covenants all hear about it, that's going to put them into action. And so that kind of drives the impetus of the story. And if you think about the implications of the jailer sending someone to acquire the sigil from the Archon, the natural question is, well, who else out there has a similar sigil for their Covenant? And are they a target as well? So that's the story that's going to unfold. It's super exciting. We're really looking forward to telling that story.
Excellent. Ian, I've got one for you here that turned out to be one of the most common questions that we received. Saressa from the EU Guild Worst Company says, do you plan to address the faction imbalance soon? Alliance guilds are really struggling right now and could use some help. Also, what happened to cause this?
So this is something we talk about a tremendous amount. We know there's a very real problem, in particular at the high end of the rating and Mythic Plus scene. This is something that has been a growing issue over the past, really, I would say, 6 to 8 years. I think as to what caused the problem, it was an imbalance in racials between the factions that was allowed to persist for a little bit too long. I think we saw over the years many top alliance guilds switch to Horde, particularly the Mists of Pandaria era, a couple more in Warlords, a couple more in Legion, driven by Orc and Troll racials that simmed better, that just yielded higher DPS outputs or had specific advantages on fights. At this point, we don't think the racials are imbalanced. In fact, in Castle Nathria, Alliance, I think not even arguably, I think had the all-around racial advantage. But the thing that keeps people on one faction or makes them tempted to move is the social dynamics. It's the feeling that if you're a raider looking to join a top-end guild, there are simply more options. And if your first choice doesn't work out, there's others to explore and fall back on. If you're looking to run high-end Mythic Plus dungeons, there are more people looking to do that content there. And that's a challenging problem to solve because really, we can't undo this movement that's happened over time. And it would take something tremendous to make people who had switched from Alliance to Horde want to suddenly switch back. We'd have to massively buff Alliance racials or something to the point where they were so overpowered that it really felt like just bad. It just felt like it was game breaking, and we were really telling people that they should play the other faction. We've looked at where we can offer bonuses for the underrepresented faction where possible, but fundamentally, this is a social issue that's likely to need a social solution. We don't have anything super short term that we can do about this, but it is a top priority for us. Personally, in the past, on stage at BlizzCon, Alliance and Horde those are pillars of the Warcraft franchise. Those are pillars of what makes Warcraft Warcraft. And that's not something that we can just brush away. But we have begun to ask ourselves where the edges of that tension lie. We have something like mercenary mode in Battlegrounds that allow players to effectively, disguise themselves as a member of the opposite faction and play there to solve what were major Battleground queue imbalances back in the day. It's essential to us that identity and faction matter in Warcraft, and that years from now, no matter what we do, when we're all together in Anaheim at BlizzCon, and someone, whether it's the successor of Chris Metzen, whether it's John, whoever, is up on stage rallying, where's the Horde at for the Alliance, that there are roars coming from the crowd for each faction. If we lose hold of that, we will have lost hold of something precious. And so that's the thing that we need to preserve at all costs, but not the cost of people's enjoyment and feeling at home and feeling like they can form and maintain friendships and WoW and do the content they want to do. So that's what we're trying to navigate. We don't have any specific answer to announce right now, but that's the problem that faces us and how we're thinking about it.
Do you ever see, this is a bit of a follow-up for me, but have you ever seen a swing in either direction, either faction population direction, due to story elements? Has an expansion come out like, I don't know, Warlords, and everybody suddenly went, ooh, that's very horde focused. I'm going to be horde this time and level a horde tune or whatever. Does that have any impact on this problem of faction imbalance?
A little bit. I think, to be clear, across the game as a whole, faction balance is actually solid, right? Alliance and Horde are relatively even if you're looking at the entire player base. It's when you start to look specifically at Mythic raiding guilds, specifically at the number of groups that are doing Mythic plus a certain level, above a certain level, that imbalances increasingly emerge. But those are also key socially driven activities. We certainly have seen, though, for example, in Battle for Azeroth, more people made cross-faction alts than ever before, because they wanted to see both sides of the story. And there were compelling differences to the war campaigns on each faction. But at the end of the day, that's not going to make you leave the group of friends that you've played with for a long time or your longtime guild. There's a bond there, and that bond is essential to Warcraft, to World of Warcraft.
Gotcha. Well, Brian, I've got one from you, or for you here. This is from several WoW Classic players, and they ask this. After I play Burning Crusade, when I decide to play my main character additionally on a Classic Era realm at 60, will you have my name reserved for me there, or is there a chance I'll have to rename my character?
Oh, that's a great question. And I think, kind of building on what Holly said, it really is like a snapshot taken at the time that we launched the patch. And so at that point, you do have your name in both places. Of course, part of the reason that we want to make people make a choice here and encourage them to choose the place that they want to go is so that we don't have people parking on those names forever. So at some point, we might decide to relax that and let those names be unreserved. But if you decide on launch day that you're going to pay for the clone and you want to have that clone in both eras, you'll have your name in both places. One of the things that we are also concerned about, though, is what that looks like in Classic Era, as we expect most players to go to Burning Crusade, and we'll probably have to do something to resolve that. Our current plan is that you'll be able to keep your name, but probably have something similar to our Connected Realms that lets you have the realm name on the end so that we can resolve any conflicts if we have to do any mergers like that.
Interesting. So on some realms, there seems to be a mass exodus to higher population realms, and Nimbly from the Excessive Guild points out, are there any plans connect more of them? So Ian, this is back to you. What happened last year with Realm Connections, and will that help any of what you talked about earlier?
Yeah, so I guess speaking of past BlizzCons, I think, the last time we were all together for a BlizzCon, I talked about Connected Realms and answered a question there. And it was a massive undertaking, again, on the part of our heralded server and live operations team that John was talking about earlier, to really do just a survey of all of the realms across the world, their population trends, their faction balance, and come up with pairings and a series of connections that they worked through. And this is a manual process because we are effectively copying an entire realm's database of characters over to another realm. We have to deal with auction houses, mail, banks, all the rest. And so it's not something where we just flip a switch and make it happen. This is painstaking work. And we were able to address the large majority of the lowest population realms that over the years, we've seen people move to realms to be with their friends. Larger realms tend to be more attractive than smaller ones, and that's an ongoing process. We paused that process when Shadowlands launched for a couple of reasons. First off, launching Shadowlands and having a smooth Shadowlands launch had to be this group's #1 priority. Second, Shadowlands actually had huge effects on server populations. One of the things that made us gun-shy about doing realm connections in the past was that last time we did them was actually right before Warlords of Draenor. We connected a bunch of realms, saw people come back for Warlords, and suddenly these realms that had just been connected now had massive queues and instability to deal with. So we wanted to make sure that we saw how populations were going to settle down, and it's a tool that we continue to have that we will employ when realms feel like their population levels are too low to sustain healthy economies, healthy groups of guilds. But we also want to continue to look at what changes we can make to the game itself to make playing on those types of servers more attractive and just a better place to be. Because even if, having connections happen is disruptive to those communities and to those realms, even if it's better than feeling like you're isolated. But things like cross-server gameplay over the years have, of course, significantly reduced the burden or the downsides of being on another realm, of being on a smaller realm. But we start to look at things like auction house economy and the rest, and there maybe is more that we could do there.
Well, and I know the answer to this already, and it's eternal to the Q&A of BlizzCon every year, I swear, but you're never going to let Horde and Alliance raid or Mythic Dungeon together, are you? That's just not going to happen. Like, that's never going to be a way to help this or the population issues we talked about before. Like, we're never getting that.
I honestly would not say never. I think that's kind of what I was getting at with my answer earlier. There are a ton of reasons why it's essential to retain faction identity. But, for the sake of rated arena from day one, Alliance could fight Alliance and Horde could fight Horde, right? When Burning Crusade launches, when Burning Crusade Classic comes out later this year, that will be a thing and that will be a competitive activity. And that was one of those areas where the gameplay and the need for matchmaking was the top priority and had to be. And so in an ideal world, all these priorities would coexist. But at the end of the day, an MMO like World of Warcraft is about being able to play with your friends, being able to play where you want to be. And arguably, there's greater strength in the faction identity if you feel like you can truly choose the faction that you identify with, that you feel like most a part of, and not have to sacrifice that because, you need to be with your group or you want to join a higher rated guild. I mean, I have coworkers who are lifelong Alliance players who now play Horde, who really wish they could be Alliance, and they're doing it for guild reasons. And I know there are tens of thousands, maybe more, in that exact same boat around the world. We'd love to do something for them.
There's plenty in our guild that are in that boat, and I wish them well to stay with us. Let's stay with you for a second, and let's get into some anima. Reminar from the Ministry of Pain Guild asked this important question. Will our amount of anima be increased later? Is it possible for each of the Covenant Sanctums upgrades to be unlocked account-wide? There's a lot of collectibles across all Covenants, and to get them all would be a gargantuan feat at this point.
Well, so we have been tuning the anima economy since Shadowlands released. We recently hotfixed anima drops from raids and dungeons. We will be looking to add some new sources of anima going ahead in Chains of Domination as there's new world content and as the story advances to make that make sense. And we're overall looking at the costs. That said, the cosmetics themselves are generally account-wide, as cosmetics tend to be. And the anima system itself is a progression that is designed to span the bulk of Shadowlands. We have some new rewards and some new cosmetics to earn and goals to chase coming in Chains of Domination, but it's not like you're going to feel like you're falling farther and farther behind over the course of the expansion. We want people to feel like they can close in on those goals and reach a point where they have everything they want from the Venthyr Covenant, from the Curian Covenant, and can turn their attention to alts. If it feels like, we were hearing feedback and we're looking at our data, if that progression isn't happening at a rate that feels satisfying, we absolutely will make adjustments.
All right, we're going to throw a question out here from Becest, who asked a question about Sire Denathrius. As we know, he is an eternal one, and Sire Denathrius is imprisoned by us after Castle Nathria. What will he do? Will we see him again, or is he forever trapped in that sword of his?
So this is a kind of fun story because it shows how our best laid plans can kind of adapt based on how the game develops. So I'll give you an example of, like, during Battle for Azeroth, we had intended for this character called Bwansamdi to be one of the Loa to make kind of he was going to be there, but it was no big deal. There's a bunch of Loa in there. But once we heard the great Alex Desert give his performance as Bwansamdi, we were like, oh man, this character's awesome. We need more of this character. And so then we were like, yeah, we could do this with him. We can do this with him. And of course we carried him into Shadowlands, and he's got this whole dungeon, the other side, that tells more of his story because we love him so much. And so, as we're planning our heroes and our villains for Shadowlands, we're like, yeah, Sire Denathrius, he'll be this boss in the Castle Nathria raid, and you'll kill him and cool, blah, blah, blah. And then we heard the actor Ray Chase give this performance, and from the very beginning, when we first heard his performance in the Revendreth animatic, we were just like, well, this guy's awesome. We love Sire Denathrius. And I think probably at some point along the way, as we're getting more VOs coming in, we're having sessions and we're loving them, I probably went to Morgan Bay, one of our lead designers who oversees encounters. I'm like, Sire Denathrius alive at the end of this, because he's just too good. And I'm sure that we will find some other route for him in the future. And so
I'm really glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. But also, I love that Bwansamdi got similar treatment. That was such a treat to run into him. and go through that bit that I went through during the leveling process, I just thought, well, it's good to see him again. I hope he never goes anywhere. So, all right, good news.
Yeah, and
Sire Denathrius probably not going.
That's one of the things that shows. Again, we watch fan feedback too to see what the community is responding to, who these characters are that they really gravitate to, and like the memes for Sire Denathrius, of course, are profound and many. So yeah, I won't give any spoilers, but he is in that sword. And there may just be allies of his that would be interested in liberating that sword from the Naru's grasp. But we'll just have to see what happens.
Have to wait and see. Well, all right, we've got a great question here from Ultravarius from the Guardians of Fate Guild. This is for Eli. When will we see more heritage armor? There are a few races who are still missing theirs. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, the heritage armors are awesome. As each one of them was, released into the game, I think we got more and more excited for not only the response, but just how much they enhanced the feel of the races in the game, and really did grasp the fantasy that we had set forward for those races over the years. So certainly we're working on the additional missing ones, and they will be released over time in near future content updates and some others that are a little bit further off. But yeah, they're definitely coming. We're really excited to share them with you.
That's great. They won't be missing forever there, Ultravarius, however you say your name. Hey, we got one here for John again. This is from Prickle Pants from the Zul'jin realm. Fantastic name. John, he asks you this, John. Do you have any plans to bring the auction house back to the mobile app?
Well, not as you know it, per se. The auction house, unfortunately, on the mobile and website had kind of turned into a place where a lot of automation had really taken control. And so when we revamped the mobile app, we used it as an opportunity. Let's get rid of the mobile auction house. Let's revamp the auction house in the game itself to make it, more fun, more accessible. It's really about players being able to trade with each other, to make crafted things for each other, and not necessarily for the accumulation of gold by automated systems. That being said, we recognize that there was a convenience factor for a lot of our players. I myself, back in the days when we used to, drive to work or whatever, if I knew in my commute I had to be on a tight timeline to get to my raid, it was kind of convenient to be able to buy whatever potions or food that I needed, and then get in the car and head home and be ready to go. So I think the things that are important for people to have and to be able to trade, we're going to consider putting that in some form so that they'll be able to do that. But you won't see a wholesale return of all things in the auction house to the mobile side.
Well, and as you mentioned, the auction house in-game has gone through a bit of a revamp itself. Do you feel like a lot of that is sufficient enough to sort of, I don't know, fill whatever hole that the mobile app won't?
Well, I mean, honestly, towards the end of the mobile app, there was very few people actually using it as intended. As I said, I think that we're seeing a lot more people participating in the app in the game, or excuse me, in the auction house in the game. And again, we want people to be in the game and interacting with each other. That's super important. But we don't want to take away the convenience of having them get access to things that they're gonna need when they're about to get into the game. And selfishly, like I said, I'm one of those commuters that needs to be able to get my things ready for the raid. So we recognize that, and we want to provide that.
Sounds great. Huntmaster Averi from the Farstriders realm wrote in, and Eli, this is back to you. Will there be more new character customization options added in Shadowlands?
We're not going to add more character customizations to Shadowlands. Let me explain that. So the breadth of character customizations that we did add, we felt like was pretty good. And, we tried to add things for most every race. There are a few we didn't get as many customization options in for. And those are the kind of things that we'll be looking forward in the future, to what can we do for the races we maybe didn't do as much for, what would be the right choices there. We try to be really thoughtful about this type of thing. And these types of features tend to be fairly big projects. We want to make sure that we put the time in, that we're very thoughtful about it, and that we release new customizations when it's going to be really good for the game, really good for the players, and it's still going to happen in parallel with getting getting new content out too. Like that's always our primary goal, is making sure that you have new content to play. And we'll do these other things to enhance the game along the way, wherever they make sense, and when we have a really good plan for it.
I don't know if you guys got a lot of this feedback or not, but I can tell you that the thing I had the most fun with the pre-patch was going and getting those customizations done to myself. Heading into the barber and going, "Are you kidding me? I can now have a scar that runs from my eye down to my lip, and half my tusk is broken, and whatever." Like, that stuff turned out to be really great. Did you overall get really good feedback about that? Do you feel like giving those extra options was worth it to the players?
Oh, definitely. And I remember even when we announced that this was happening, and I might have even been in a Q&A actually. The outcry and the sort of support for it was huge. Then we've seen tremendous support and tremendous outcry from the community, just how happy everybody is seeing this. And of course, as players of the game, we're super excited about it too. I mean, the first thing I did on every one of my characters was go in and start customizing them, as well as get into the character create screen and just look at all the options, hit the random button over and over and over again to just really get a sense for what's in there. So I think it's a really exciting feature, and certainly something we want to invest in a big way going forward when it makes sense.
Yeah, those are fantastic. Radium from the guild Inertia has a question for Ian. What are the actual requirements for flying in Shadowlands? Where can we fly? And can we fly from one area to another? For example, from Ardenweald to Oribos. Follow-up. I'll save the follow-up. Tell me how that's going to work.
Okay.
When flying is indeed available to everybody.
It's short and sweet. Shadowlands Pathfinder, which is coming in Chains of Domination, will not require any reputations. This is different from Pathfinder achievements in past expansions. It just requires completing your full campaign, the Covenant campaign, and the new chapters that are being added in Chains of Domination. Once you've done that, you have mastered the outer world of the Shadowlands, you've restored much of the flow of anima, and you can earn the ability to fly within the Shadowlands. Now, you cannot fly directly from zone to zone. I can give you the technical reason for this, but it actually also matches the in-world reason, which is these are not zones that are just next to each other, right? When you go through that portal in Oribos and you're streaking, from one area to another, and you have this energy rushing past you, you're actually traveling vast distances. Even if we said, you know what, we don't care that it looks janky, we're going to let you fly, you'd actually probably have to auto-fly for something like 30 or 40 minutes to get from one zone to the other. You probably don't want that. Use the fly paths, but then once you're in the zones, you can traverse them completely freely.
That's really interesting. I didn't realize that there was that much. I think maybe what throws people off is the map. They bring up the map and they just sort of, in traditional WoW fashion, see that everything's sort of spaced around like it would be a normal map or whatever. But that's a really interesting way to look at it. So here's the follow-up. What about their alts? So after you unlock flying, can their alt fly at 50, or is there still a requirement to level fully up, go through those, go through all the rigmarole to get it, or can they just do it?
Yep. Pathfinder is an account-wide achievement, and so when you can fly in the Shadowlands, you, the player, have earned the right to fly in the Shadowlands, just as prior Pathfinder achievements have worked.
That is fantastic news. My paladin thanks you. Let's move over to Brian. We got a question from others from the Quiddy Viddy Guild, who says, in the Burning Crusade Classic, will there be the possibility of class tuning? Says that would make it notably different than in 2007.
That's a great question, and in general, the answer is broadly no. We want to kind of keep the authentic behavior that was in the final patch of Burning Crusade the same way we did with Classic. We believe that's the most tuned and correct version of Classic that had the most time, or excuse me, of Classic Burning Crusade, that had the most time for the designers to get things balanced right. And so that's what we're going to ship with at launch and keep it throughout. That said, I do have a slight caveat for anybody who hasn't heard it in any of our other interviews. We do want to try to adjust things like faction imbalance. We know that when they were adding Alliance Alliance Shaman and Horde Paladins, the intent was to try to make the factions a level playing field, like give both classes, all the classes to both factions. And we want to make sure that kind of design intent is honored. And so we realize that when we look back with the benefit of our years of experience now, we can see that Seal of Blood is actually significantly better than Seal of Vengeance, and we don't want that to be a reason for people to suddenly flock off to the Horde. Kind of like alluding to Ian's answer earlier, this is the same kind of issue that we have here. And so we want to do is give the Alliance Seal of the Martyr at level 70. So they'll unlock Seal of Vengeance at level 64 and Seal of the Martyr at level 70. And the Horde will unlock Seal of Blood at level 64 and Seal of Vengeance at level 70. But beyond that, we aren't doing anything major.
Okay, sounds good. Classic players, a lot of people want to know about that. Here's one for Ian again from Whoopi from the Is Kindred Guild. It says this question: is there work currently being done on new Torghast anima powers for later patches, specifically spec-specific powers, and what does that look like, and when might we see them?
All throughout Shadowlands. We have tuning ongoing to a lot of the spec-specific powers that players have seen on the patch 905 public test realm that's live right now. And as we continue to expand Torghast going forward into Chains of Domination, there will be all new powers, because we know powers are one of the star pieces of Torghast. It's a chance to break the rules, it's a chance to be overpowered, and to have your character feel and play like it does and can nowhere else in the game. And so that's something we're excited to keep building on, and we'll do it as it makes sense. We're looking a lot at both stats and feedback from players to see which specs may need more build diversity and more just really like punchy, memorable moments coming out of their Torghast runs.
So tiny little bit of indulgence here. I had a theory a while back on one of my shows that one cool feature of Torghast could be go to Torghast, do your thing. You've got all these anima affixes that are now on you toward the end of your run. You finish, you beat the final boss, and you exit. How cool would it be if you could run around the maw for, let's say, 8 minutes? Not very long, just a little counter up in there like a buff, where you retain all your anima powers in the maw for that brief amount of time. So you've got your, I don't know, your all the extra stuff that happens to every character in every class. Is that anything you guys would ever consider? Has that ever come across your minds or been on a whiteboard anywhere?
I can see Rex Troy over there just drooling right now. Like, don't let that guy get his hold of any of this, or all of our raid bosses will fall over in 2 seconds. There are a lot of rules that we break in actually how we build those powers for Torghast that make it challenging to let them work in the outdoor world. Also, war mode players might have a thing or two to say about that, but I think let's keep the overpoweredness in Torghast. And yeah, there are also profound fantasy reasons why the condensed anima powers fade the moment you exit the domain of the jailer that I'm sure Steve could elaborate on at great length, but we also want to leave time for other people to ask their questions.
That's true. All right, Carol. In fact, Steve, we're going to throw you this one. Carol from the Blade Fist realm had this question. What is the difference between the passage of time in Shadowlands and on Azeroth? Salinar, the Horseman, and Death Knight Order Hall campaign, or in that, says he was in the veil between Azeroth and Shadowlands since we met him, and it felt like mere days for him between Wrath of the Lich King and Legion.
Yeah, there's a number of different characters you meet and interact with through the course of Shadowlands, for whom time doesn't seem to have very much meaning. And in fact, like the Rune Carver, you go talk to the Rune Carver, when you meet him, he has a line that time is not a construct of death. And that's true. When you think about it, what is time a construct of? It's a construct of order. And we on Azeroth, when we're there, we understand the passage of time, much like we do in the real world, because of the influence of the Titans and beings of order. But when you're in those cosmic realms that are far away from the realms of order, time loses its meaning. And so it's not so much that there's it's X number of days versus Y number over here. It's just that the Shadowlands are about eternities and about just kind of losing yourself in those threads of fate. And so it's just that time doesn't really mean anything there. And so you can have it perceived differently by different characters that could be in the same circumstance, but it's just the effect of what they're going through that really determines how they perceive it.
Gotcha. Ian, back to you on this one. We've got a question about, this is from Harrison, by the way. So would you guys ever consider bringing back 10-man content? I'll add my name to this list as someone who loved their 10-man content, either as a different difficulty for raids or as an entirely different instance for smaller groups to tackle. Is that ever going to happen?
I think when it comes to raid content, effectively all of it is 10-player content now. I know some people specifically want mythic difficulty, but it feels like the thrust of this question, actually the spirit of it, is about that different thing that you can do with a smaller group of friends. And I would say in World of Warcraft today, it's our 5-player mega dungeons that fill that role. Just as in Burning Crusade, when raiding was 25 players as an activity, the idea of a 10-player raid like Karazhan or Zulaman was a novel experience to let you have a more intimate, shared, romp through a dungeon, through a raid adventure with a smaller group of your friends. That's what mega dungeons try to do. They try to give an experience that is raid-like, that you can just take with a smaller group of friends that you couldn't raid with normally. It's an experience that can span hours. You have bosses that have progression and a setting that is just epic. As cool as our dungeons are, places like Karazhan or Operation Mechagon or the upcoming Broker Dungeon just blow them away. And so I think that is where the spirit of 10-player content lives on today.
Wow, that's an interesting take. I hadn't thought of it that way. That sounds about right. We've got a question submitted by Dizdick. Brian, this is for you. Will summoning stones be available at launch in the Burning Crusade, or are those going to come later?
Oh, that's an easy one. We will absolutely have those at launch in the Burning Crusade. They were introduced originally with Burning Crusade, and they replaced the original meeting stones. And we actually, in Classic, had to disable that functionality to try to bring back that authentic experience. It'll be a pleasure to be able to bring it back. I know I enjoyed using them very much myself as a way to kind of bring other people over to the dungeon when we were waiting for them to run over. And I think it's a really good feature for Burning Crusade to be able to have those.
All right, sounds great. Got a great one here for Steve. And this is many players, many variations of this question, but here's the one we settled with. What's Bolvar up to, and where is his story going in Shadowlands? Will he have a major role to play? I would think yes, but let's hear it from you.
Yeah, it was one of the great fun things about Shadowlands was to be able to get Bolvar Fordragon, this legendary hero, back in the mix again, free of the Lich King's crown, being himself again, and bringing all that knowledge and wisdom to the table. And we saw him being, pivotal in us getting to the Shadowlands, in guiding us as we went to rescue our friends Thrall, Jaina, Bane from Torghast. And we saw that there was a price to pay for those visions where he got to peer in there and see what the jailer and Sylvanas were up to with Anduin. But he will be front and center for Chains of Domination. He is a great figure to kind of rally the Covenants together and go into the Maw with them and be at the forefront of those efforts of taking the fight to the jailer. So it's going to be really fun to see him in action again.
Oh, I can't wait. Lately, he just he just stands around the desk in Oribos, and it's fine, but I can't wait to see what he does next.
Yeah. He's got a cool hammer, right? Like, he's got to swing the hammer.
Right. I need to see that thing in action. We will soon enough, I suppose. Mask of Death from the Epoch of Thought Guild wrote in. This one's for Brian. In Burning Crusade, how will PvP titles such as Gladiator, Duelist, and Rival be determined, considering we don't have established battle groups? And I got a little follow-up to that, depending on what you say.
Sure. I mean, that's a really good question, and that comes from, like, originally there was an award for the top player in each battle group, and that really came from the fact that we had technical restrictions where people playing on different, like, hardware installations, like different data center sites, couldn't play with ones playing in other data center sites. And we actually don't have that restriction anymore. You can actually matchmake players across the entire region. And so we think a more fair way to approach this today is to just do a small percentage of people at the very top. We do want to award it to more than like one person, but still a very exclusive title where we want to keep it to like a top select few that is similar to, like, it was, I think, 13 about per region back then. I see Ian nodding. So yeah,
we want 13 battle groups in North America, and I think, depended on size, but pretty similar. There were hundreds of people with this title out of millions of players.
Yeah. Right, it's very small and very exclusive. So we want to do that, and we want to do it top percentages of those players region wide for that.
So is it appropriate to have Arena Season 1 start so early in Burning Crusade then?
We actually think we were talking about maybe we want to start it earlier than we announced in the deep dive panel. We're talking, as we've been looking at the gear, we think that it actually might fit more with Karazhan and the Tier 4 gear, and so we might actually move all the Arena seasons up so that Arena Season 1 starts when Karazhan and Gruul and Magtheridon's Lair come out, and then probably have Zul'Aman come out without an Arena season so that the next season we'll skip over that one.
Well, Chrissy wrote in, had one for Steve. It says, in Stormwind, I noticed some of the refugees from Darnassus mention going back once the smoke clears to collect any belongings. Does this mean that Teldrassil could be rebuilt/regrown and become inhabitable again?
So the devastation to Teldrassil was pretty definitive, and there were a lot of lives lost there. And that's not something that we want to just reverse on a whim. But what I will say is that the story of what the Night Elves went through, of those souls that died there, that as we have found out, if you play the Ardenweald campaign, you'll know that they funneled into the Maw. Their story is not yet done. And certainly a figure who is bound up in that story is Tyrande Whisperwind. And she is very much on the path of trying to find out the future of her people, even as she's dealing with that thirst for revenge against Sylvanas and dealing with the Night Warrior powers that are growing to consume her. So that's definitely a story that we'll be talking about as we go into Chains of Domination and beyond.
Yeah, she seemed pretty ticked, so I suspect we're not done.
Good reason, yep.
Yep, oh yeah. Holly, here's one for you. Will you open fresh classic servers in addition to the TBC servers? There seems to be a large demand for it, asks Shadow Wedbro. He's from a Few Good Lads Guild. What do you think about that? Another classic server, given the demand?
Great question. For our timeline for Burning Crusade Classic, we won't be launching any fresh start servers, but I can promise you we've got our eyes on that in our future, and we'll be discussing it once we get through a stable and successful launch with Burning Crusade Classic.
Nice. And what are the things that has been talked about before is layering? Do you guys still have many concerns about players' reaction to layering, and they want this authentic experience that existed when the game first launched, and by the time TBC rolled around, there were better ways to deal with things anyway, so not so much of an issue. But are you worried at all about that still? I mean, I know it's an issue for some players. Is that an issue for you guys?
Honestly, our focus is on whoever wants to play should be able to play. We would rather have layers on for a short period of time if necessary so that everyone can get in and play. And that's always going to be our focus. Serve as many players as we can who want to play.
Fantastic. We do have time for one big final question. There was a whole lot of video at this BlizzCon Online that made a lot of people very excited. Actually, I have all kinds of personal questions about it, but I'm going to hold those and instead ask this common question that we got in the Twitch chat today. How do you get the Wandering Ancient mount? John, you want to handle this one?
Oh, you bet. That's a great one. So, little background. Last year, when we were finishing up Shadowlands, our art team really, they were ahead of schedule, or at least they were on schedule. And we decided, it would be awesome to give a gift back to all of our players and build a mount for them. And so the art team put together some cool ideas. They brainstormed on things they wanted, and we literally put it to a vote, and we let our community decide what would they like for us to make for them. And the winner was the Wandering Ancient. And so the requirement to get the Wandering Ancient really is you got to have Shadowlands. And we will have the Wandering Ancient in the 905 patch update. And that will be next month. I won't tell you the exact date because, but you can probably guess, and you'll be pretty close. But we want to make sure that the patch is ready before we put it out. But we're really excited that you'll be able to ride that around. It is a really awesome mount. And if you have a question, I want to be able to answer that before, since you said this was the final question. I just want to thank you, Scott, for being our host, being a familiar face, supporting our community and us. You do such a great job. So thank you for agreeing to do this for us.
Oh, well, thank you. It's absolutely my pleasure. In fact, since we're being so nice to each other, I really liked your introduction for the WoW stuff. But also, my last question for you is a tack on to the Wandering Ancient. Can you confirm or deny that there's a little worm on top that actually controls this millennium-old treant who would probably not want somebody sitting on them anytime they felt
Don't
like
tell
it?
the story about the worm. You can't talk about the worm, John. I told you do not talk about the worm.
Shoot. I was afraid that this was a topic we were not going to be able to touch.
I'd be willing to bet that Eli's got something in that Wandering Ancient that only the art team knows about.
There is a worm. I'm not going to reveal their relationship. It's very special.
Wow. All right.
But I suggest watching the panel around how we went about creating it. I think it's going to be really interesting for everybody to watch, and it is a really awesome mount. So definitely check it out.
And we really hear the actor that we have voicing the worm.
Yeah, one of the best.
Well, just like the worm, it has to leave sometime, and we do too. But I do want to say a gigantic thank you to everybody on this panel. You guys were awesome this year, and such a strange year to be able to still get together and ask the questions and talk about the game in this way is just it's a great experience for me. I know that for sure, and I know a lot of people listening really appreciate it as well. So thank you guys for your time and for sharing your answers with the community. And moreover, huge thanks to the community. You guys don't have a Q&A without your questions. There's no A without the Q. So thank you for submitting those and for being a part of this each and every time that it happens. So that's going to do it for us. Thank you all for watching the Q&A. Hope you really enjoy the rest of the Saturday's content. And go play WoW. Play a Demon Hunter. He's really good in zones that you don't like playing with other classes. You can fly really high, and it's really great. I'm not pointing at anything particular. I'm not going to get specific, but I'm just saying Demon Hunters for the win right now in a certain covenant. Anyway, that's going to do it for us. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Stage is set. The green flag drops. Let the carnage begin. Holy Toledo! What a collection! Now we're talking. What a play! Crank up the volume! Unbelievable! Whoa!
What's up, BlizzConline? Lindsay Sterling here, and I performed at BlizzCon, I believe 2 years ago, and I will never forget that performance. You guys were so much fun, and you made me feel like a rock star, so thank you for that experience. And today is obviously a little different, but it's really special to me because this is the first time I'll be performing my new song, Lose You Now. So I hope you enjoy it, and here's to another 30 years.
Wish I could remember every second we had. I know I tried to count them all one by one, but you don't get them back, you don't get them back. Take every memory we've ever had. Oh, I wanna live them all one by one. And I swear that I'm not gonna lose you now. I'll keep you in my life somehow. Even when the lights go down, I could never lose you now. And even though we're not so close here, maybe you could pick me up still. 'Cause I can't stop falling down. I can't stop falling down. No, I'm not gonna lose you now. I can still remember all the lessons you gave me. I hope that I can live them all one by one. Don't you go looking back, there's no looking keep you in my eyes somehow. And even when the lights go down, I'm not gonna lose you now. I'm not gonna lose you now.
And there's no one here. I'm alone. But we can't do candy this time because things are different. But we are here, and I am Darren, and I am so excited to spend this day with you. Thank you, thank you, thank you all for sharing your time with us wherever you are watching from. I hope that you and yours are safe and healthy because we have a wonderful show planned. I am thrilled to be back with you. Thrilled, do you hear me saying this? It's Darren. I'm always thrilled. Thank you all for enjoying what I have brought to Community Night. Over the years, you are all very kind. It means the world to me. Tonight, just think of me as the human equivalent of comfort food. I am meatloaf in a suit. Or if you're vegan, I am tofu with a pocket handkerchief. Either way, I'm so looking forward to today. When Blizzard reached out to me about doing this, I thought about the line at the end of Honor and Glory. Hey, I got the thing. There it is. You know when Reinhardt says, "I have been called. I must answer. Always." I thought about Reinhardt's kindness and his devotion, his sense of being there for others. That line, it's a very important line to me. It resonates with me. It's a powerful line. Is it my favorite Reinhardt line? No. People ask a lot of the cast, what's your favorite line? What's your favorite line? What's your favorite line is your character? And I've never said what mine is. I've never said it. It's something I've struggled with. I put a lot of thought into it. And then it hit me. For me, there is no favorite line. There is only Overwatch. There is only Warcraft. There is only Hearthstone, Diablo, StarCraft, Heroes of the Storm. These are worlds and characters that I want to spend time with, that I want to immerse myself in. every time I get to go into the recording booth, every time I get to become one of my now 75 Blizzard characters. How did that happen? That's my favorite time. That's what I do to hopefully give you your favorite moment. It's a little bit of joy, a little bit of madness, a little bit of whimsy. And at the heart of it, if you think about it, that's Blizzard. That's this community. That creative spark that will inspire outrageous cosplay, beautiful art, wonderful performances, those worlds, those characters. Hey, in Warcraft, they put a giant sword into a planet. In Overwatch, there is a guerrilla scientist from the moon, and there is a small hamster that somehow knows how to operate heavy machinery. And we love it. That's this community to me. That's what today is about. All the cosplayers, the artists, the short filmmakers, the singers, the musicians, getting their crazy, delicious, delightful, gosh all heck, wow moment, sharing their skill and their passion so that you go, how did they do that? Why did they do that? Can I do that? Of course you can. It's that creative spark that will be shared by everyone you're going to see tonight, so that even in this time of distance, our community creates things that give us connection. It's that spirit that makes me so thrilled to see what everyone has in store for us. It will be a little bit of joy, a little bit of madness, a little bit of whimsy. And also, stick around to the end, because we're going to bring on a special guest to help me announce Best in Show Cosplay Award. And now, grab your favorite beverage. Could be iced tea, could be moonberry juice. Sit back, relax, because we're about to start. And we're going to start with a segment you'll be seeing throughout the program, aptly named Talent Spotlight. And this is your community showcase.
One who cannot let go, broken from within, descending to the frozen stone, Light from life to the house of ice, frost proof clad no more. Chosen, spoken, lead them to war that breaks or strengthens the soul. Deep in the grove lies an ancient bear soul, slumbering, dreaming as winter takes hold. As the boughs break, one must forsake, and of and earth for the sake of the grove. To all the good people who are struggling through these times, keep on keeping on and help to keep our kind alive. Anima is our stamina, we give it to those in need. Rest assured we will fill your gourd if you always trust in
We just started, and already I am so happy. What a surprise. It's me. I am always blown away by what everyone has to offer, and there will be more talent spotlights throughout the program. But right now, we are going to get right into what you have all been waiting for. The cosplay. Our community does some of the best cosplay out there, and we are so excited to showcase it here. for you. In the cosplay contest, the entrants were judged on originality, design, creativity, and execution. For our first cosplay category, no one does character armor and weapons better than Blizzard. And this year, we're doing something a little different to introduce some of those contest finalists. We're shining a light on the community members from each of the 6 Blizzard franchises who are making a difference within their communities by bringing people together through gaming. To start us off, here is Vitor Ravenous Silveira.
Hi there, my name is Vitor Silveira. I'm also known as Ravenous or Rev, and I'm from Brazil. For those who don't know, I am the creator of a project called EcoPoint Brazil. This project has been a lifesaver for me and for some members of the community. We've been able to connect in a whole different way. We've been doing like a lot of work for the environment. We've been planting, doing reforesting, we've been cleaning. I want to thank everyone for helping me and allowing me to make this come true. Overwatch was a life changer for me. I love the universe, I love the characters, they are amazing. I love the soundtrack, I love the gameplay, I love how the game works, and the lore. The lore was that allowed me to create the project EcoPoint, so that changed my life forever. And now, here are the finalists and winner for this year's cosplay and weapons and armor category.
我是美，冻龄了9年，有些害羞，可卡对御风暴只剩我一人撑到最后。有人问美妈你要御寒吗？浑身肉软，抱歉南极太冷，我只能穿得这么厚。我是美，深度科研宅，专注气象研究，身边只有一个我的小助手，他叫雪球。带我醒来的时候，世界以现在就，我带上数据出发，决定拯救整个星球。我是美，闲来无事喜欢吟诗一首，平时很谦逊不上手，只是冻住不让走。都说我是战场乱金油，人间归地球，我只想控制住坏人，再请出我的队友。我是美，其实我内心里也很温柔，笑起来话只 是顺起枪来，显得很有 feel。你要不服，我就用拳拳砸你胸口。哇，除了科研，原来我这么适合战斗。我是美手里的吹风机，能喷上冷气。如果遇到敌袭，我会升起冰墙防御，能保护，能突袭。我不怕1v1，随身带护甲，残血就把自己关在冰箱里。开玩笑，我有全场注意，是我的控制能力。属性里稀释，暴雪爸爸亲闺女。我是平时里不要对身材太过在意，你们管这个叫坦，而我叫 sexy。坏人太多太疯狂，毫无章法的保障。减速呢，也是一种情绪稳定的方法。有人说我长得像熊猫，是不是讨打？冻住你好，爆头3件套，送你回家。都学学温斯顿的处事风格，绝对冷静。我最讨厌那些坏蛋肆意破坏环境，只要我有恒心，守望先锋，团结一心，终有一天霸占西平世界，重回安宁收。
Another amazing spotlight, and congratulations to all the finalists of the Weapons and Armor Cosplay category. The winner on Hire a Cosplay is now qualified for the Best In-Show Cosplay Award at the end of the program. Moving on, storytelling is what really captures our attention and keeps bringing us back to the worlds and the realms of Blizzard. And this community, you guys, you're so great because you take those stories and you make them your own. So now, let's take a look at the third place finalist for digital storytelling.
It's over, Sylvanas! Stop this bloodshed!
Jaina, if Sylvanas responds with terms that are acceptable to me, peace is upon us. No one is better suited to discuss the matter further. I trust in it again, Greymane.
There you are, Alliance dog. The Horde is now at open war with the Alliance. Has Stormwind finally come out to play? I have no time for games. Not while I reign. This war will not end until we stand victorious. Such a feeble mind. No. Do not keep me waiting. You have no idea what you're up against. My victory was inevitable. The Forsaken will never stop fighting. Oh, fool! I don't do bouncy. Enough of your insolence! Look up and around you. This is war. Time is a luxury we do not possess. Nathanos. Give me a moment. Interesting. Few truly have the stomach for war. You, it seems, have a genuine taste for it. I require the services of one whom I can trust. Want to witness true power? For you. This will be a convenient partnership. I will have need of you. For the Horde!
Wow. Well, I'm embarrassed.
And cue 1342, go. Lee, camera 4, I want a slow pan in on the host, a DePaul mover number 7. No, Lee, that's a DePaul move number 6. Are we not paying attention? Slowly, slowly, Lee, slowly, Lee. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's go to camera 3. That's not working. Hi. Since no one's here, I thought I'd take
Someone tell Darren there's no camera there.
I've gone mad with power. Now, we're gonna move right along to the next cosplay category, Blizzard character. Let's get to know Scott Levy, AKA Bites, as he helps introduce the finalists. Okay, Lee, let's go. Cue number 1, back to 1.
Nobody tell Darren.
Brilliant! Lee, this is great. Keep going, keep going, keep going. You went too far, Lee. Oh, God.
Hey, I'm Scott Levy, also known as Hearthstone Innkeeper Bites, and I'm in Phoenix, Arizona. Over the years, I've gotten a reputation of hosting over-the-top events. And for me, Fireside Gatherings kind of became a creative outlet. As someone who gets a lot of joy from hosting live events, it's been an especially difficult year. It hasn't stopped me, though, from connecting with my Hearthstone family. If anything, being restricted to online events has helped push me to create some unique tournaments like the Battle Blitz and Battle Grind. I've gotten to the point now where I've been able to mentor other innkeepers and provide them with tools and resources and training to help make their events better. I've run some charity events and created resources online for everyone to use, and giving back to the community really means a lot to me. One of the things that I miss the most, of course, is BlizzCon. I miss all the people and the live tournaments and the spectacle of it all. And I even miss the 2.5 hours it takes of glue and makeup and paint to transform me into the Innkeeper. And as much work as it is to transform me into this guy, I know so many people put so much more work into their cosplay. So I am thrilled that this year we get to see some more amazing cosplay. And now, here are the finalists and winner of this year's cosplay Blizzard Characters category.
Congratulations to Hardigan for winning the Cosplay Award for Best Blizzard Character. Stick around at the end of the showcase to see if they take home the coveted Best in Show Cosplay Award. It's coming up at the end of the showcase. But right now, we have the second place digital storytelling piece, and my friends, it is a musical delight. Let's see it now. Music!
I saw an old man in a dinghy by the sea. He said he was in a quarantine. I thought he'd gone mad from the scurvy when he pulled out his thunder fury and said, 6 feet apart or 6 feet down, stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide ye helm nor take your mask off, there be plague in Azeroth. So I docked me ship off the wetland shore. The town seemed quieter than before. No folk in sight, but food at their doors, delivered by goblin eats. No horde or ally in BGs, instead they fight through Zoom meetings. Everyone's social distancing, like that old man said to me. 6 feet apart or 6 feet down, stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide ye helm nor take your mask off, there be plague in Azeroth. I seek to find the source of the plague that drove all of our heroes away. I start me search in Booty Bay, the foulest place there be. The goblins point to Zul'Gurub. I ask Hakar, corrupted blood? He said, no way, try Kel'Thuzad, a 20-minute flight northeast. Excuse me. Can you move back, please? 6 feet apart or 6 feet down, stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide ye helm nor take your mask off, there be plague in Azeroth. I arrive at Nax and find KT. He said this plague is beyond me. There's no place with toxicity to brew a plague like that. But storm when trade chat. Can you please move your griffin back? I spot that old man from the dinghy. He's yelling in trade, thunder fury. Everybody has one in the city, and they're also scarab lords, fully bis and bored. I said 6 feet. It appears that jerks be the source of the plague, bragging about their loot in trade. It annoyed all the casual folk away. Now no one wants to play, but there's still some hope to save the city. The Kirby show generosity. We're all part of one community that spans 30 years. So spread love to your peers, because Blizzard is here.
All cosplay takes imagination, artistry, creativity, ingenuity. But for our category of traditional creation, we want to award those who displayed the highest levels of craftsmanship through cutting, sewing, fastening, and use of classic materials. So, to announce the finalists in traditional creation cosplay, we have Diablo 3 content creator, Wolfcrier.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, my name is James McDermott, but online I am better known as Wolfcrier, a Diablo 3 streamer and content creator. I'm also the founder of Level with a Cause, which is a charity fundraising event that coincides with the start of each new season in Diablo 3. We've been doing this since season 11, and thanks to a ton of my fellow content creators and the generosity of the Diablo 3 community, this effort has managed to raise over $80,000 for various charities over the last few years. 2020 brought many challenges to our daily lives, but gaming, and in particular for me, Diablo 3 and its fantastic community, brought me at least some sense of that normalcy that I think we were all trying to find last year. Some of my best memories that I have come from BlizzCon. These are truly moments that I can never, ever forget, and I personally can't wait until we all have that opportunity to meet up in person once again. But now, here are the finalists and winners for this year's Cosplay Traditional Creation category.
And now, it is time to give out the first place award for digital storytelling. And for this piece, a group of Overwatch community members came together from around the globe to create something truly fantastic. Let me tell you, my friends, they delivered the payload. Let's take a look.
Okay, let's get cracking. Oh, better get my coffee. All right, good to go. And right on time. Reinhardt, how are you?
Good, I suppose. But I'm still not sure about this internet meeting.
Oh, you'll get used to it, big guy. Now, can you screen share our plan of attack on Sector 7?
What share? Share what? What are you speaking of?
Hold that thought. Brigitte's in the waiting room.
Where? What room? Where's my beloved goddaughter? I do not see her.
Brigitte, how are you? Oh! What is that?
That's
This is Mitzi. She hasn't had her dinner yet.
What's a dinner?
Halfway between lunch and dinner. She gets cranky if she doesn't get it on time. No, Mitzi, no, behave.
Okay, well, anyway, here's Genji. Genji, we can't hear you.
Genji, you're muted. Turn off mute.
There you go. So, what were you saying?
I need healing.
Of course.
Genji, we need you to focus, alright? Well, that just happened. Okay, moving on. May's here. Hi, May! Oh, May, stop!
Oh, sorry. I was just making a milkshake. It's a little warm where I am.
Don't you live in the Arctic?
Yes, and it's summer here.
Okay.
Lena, I did some research on the internet machines. I can screen share.
That's wonderful. Now I can finally get something done. Oh no, we're losing connection.
What is happening? I wish to screen share. I wish to show my skills. I live for this. Hello?
Oh, bugger.
Over the years, techniques for creating costumes have evolved with current technology, which has made for grander and grander cosplay. So, right now, we are going to award those who have utilized crafting technology to its fullest to bring forth the most epic of modern creation cosplay. To help us introduce the finalists, we have StarCraft streamer Livy B.
Hi, my name's Olivia Cito, but most people know me by my gamer tag LivyB. I'm a streamer and cosplayer from Sydney, Australia, and I've been playing Blizzard games since I was 10 years old, so they hold a special place in my heart. StarCraft is the hardest game I have ever played, and getting Grandmaster for the first time was easily one of the best moments of my life. I was finally able to break through that skill ceiling, a goal I was driven to achieve for years. And something I definitely wouldn't have been able to achieve if not for the love and support of my community. Streaming has really allowed for myself and others to stay connected during the pandemic. And even if you are someone that isn't used to staying inside all the time, there's always a place for you to hang out with people who share the same passion for gaming as you do. Shout out to the Beehive. For this past year or so, I've also been incredibly passionate about cosplay. My favorite character to cosplay, of course, is Diva. She is definitely my video game character kindred spirit. But that's enough about me. Here are the finalists and winners for this year's cosplay modern creation category.
There's more show to come. But before we continue, we'd like to take a moment to recognize one of our community members who passed away earlier this year. Jared Nandon took the BlizzCon stage in 2013 in an unforgettable South Park World of Warcraft cosplay. Creativity is the defining trait of what we try to put on display during community night. And Jared was one of the most creative ones to ever walk the BlizzCon stage. Our cosplay community deeply feels this loss.
Jared Lee Nandon, how do you kill that which has no life?
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I'm just alone in an empty theater creating this, a masterpiece. Ah, yes. And paintbrush down. Seriously, the Blizzard community creates some of the most impressive fan art out there. And a big thank you to all those who submitted their fantastic work. Look, I was a little late on submitting mine, so unfortunately, I could not be considered to enter the contest, but I will let all of you give me your opinion. You be the judge. It's really good, right? I'm a very fragile individual. But come on, let's see who the winners of this year's art contest are. And, friends, to announce the finalists, we have Jazzaline from the Heroes of the Storm community. Ha-ha!
Hi guys, my name is Brooke, but most of you know me as Jazzaline. I'm from Trenton, Ontario, Canada, but I've called California home now for over 4 years. I stream and I cast Heroes of the Storm, but I'm also the creator and organizer of Girls Gang Squad, an all-female community created to highlight and support women in gaming. In 2020 alone, Girls Gang Squad was able to raise over $10,500 for charities such as RAIN, the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, and Marine Toys for Tots. One of my favorite things about Heroes of the Storm is the community. I've never been surrounded by such generous and compassionate people. They're what make the events Girls Gang Squad put on so successful. But enough of that stuff. Every year at BlizzCon, I'm absolutely blown away by the talented artists that submit work for the art contest. Here are the finalists and winner of this year's art contest.
小心，小心，大海的女儿，你听她在呼喊，海风扬起那心碎的话语，随风去。沉落海底，雪融浪过，在卡里多摩，水手为谁拼搏？英雄陨落在塞兰罗，因为他的离开，为何大海的女儿，为何昨日时光你都忘记？我们的荣耀因为你而存在，为何一去不返？深埋在海底的伤悲，家人背叛的罪，化作最同胞绝望的呼喊，小心那大海的女儿。你听，你听，那熟悉的声音，深深刺痛我心。小心，小心，大海的女儿，小心，小心。
Congratulations to Zong Yong for winning the art contest with that amazing villainous piece. Well, look, I thought I was going to introduce our special guest right now, but there seems to be a bit of a hiccup. But look, I am from theater, and the show must go on.
Sorry, I had to finish putting all this on. Guns stuck there. No, I got it.
Okay, you look great. This is amazing.
Thank you.
One question, why are you dressed as McCree?
You asked me to come and cosplay for the community showcase.
No, it was about introducing cosplay. It's okay, it's fine. You look fantastic.
Well, thank you. Much obliged. Figured it was either this or the pajamas I've been wearing for the past 10 months, and I think this has a little bit of an air of professionalism over the previous, so.
I've been wearing a suit all the time.
That's the epitome of professional, so there you go.
Well, thank you. Speaking of that, professionalism, would you help me bring the hammer down by introducing the next segment?
It would be an honor if you don't mind. So, the Blizzard community, as we know, does cosplay better than anyone. So, we'd like to thank you for the time spent on bringing Blizzard characters to life in incredible ways. So let's take a look at some of our entrants in this year's cosplay exhibition.
And we're back. Why are you taking off your costume?
I told you, I've been wearing nothing but pajamas for about a year. This is getting hot. However, I do want to say a huge thank you to all the amazing entrants to our exhibition, incredible costumes, and easily one of my favorite parts of every year here at BlizzCon.
And now, my friends, it is time. The award for this year's Cosplay Best in Show will go to one of the 4 cosplay category winners. And help us present the award all the way from France. Here is Zerator.
Salut à tous, je m'appelle Adrien, mais je suis connu sur internet sous le nom de Zerator et je viens de France. Cette année a été très particulière pour moi puisque j'ai beaucoup streamé à cause du Covid et évidemment de tout ce qui en est ressorti par rapport à l'urgence sanitaire. Il s'est passé quelque chose de très particulier pour moi puisque j'ai organisé un raid pour la première fois de ma vie dans un hôtel avec 20 joueurs. WoW, c'est vraiment mon jeu de cœur, j'adore y jouer et on s'est retrouvés pendant 2 semaines malgré l'urgence sanitaire mais en respectant les mesures et les gestes barrières dans un hôtel à 20 pour les 2 semaines de raid mythique au château de Natria qui est juste derrière moi d'ailleurs. C'était un vrai bonheur pour nous, c'était un petit peu tout le rêve de joueurs de MMO de se retrouver avec les 20 de la guilde directement dans un hôtel pendant 2 semaines pour jouer comme des malades. Et on a réussi à un petit peu avancer dans le raid même si on n'est pas des pros, mais on a fait de notre mieux et c'était déjà pas mal. World of Warcraft pour moi c'est une très vieille histoire. Déjà dans les années 2000-2013 j'organisais des concours de pexing sur le jeu et il y avait déjà pas mal de gens pour suivre. Et aujourd'hui, presque 10-15 ans plus tard, il y a encore autant de monde qui suit tout ça, donc je suis vraiment très content. Aujourd'hui je suis très fier de représenter la France et toute l'Europe à travers World of Warcraft, mon stream et cette vidéo grâce à la confiance que m'a accordé Blizzard. And now, selected from the finalists of the 4 cosplay categories, here is the winner for this year's Best in Show.
And that's it for our BlizzConline Community Showcase. Congratulations to Hartigan for winning the Cosplay Best in Show contest. Hartigan!
Hartigan!
Well done. And thank you, Matt, for joining me. Every year, every time that I get to spend with you is more special than I can possibly say.
Oh, make me blush. It's truly the honor is mine. I've been coming to BlizzCon since it started, and being able to share this space with you is always an absolute joy.
Thank you. And congratulations to all our finalists. And thank you to all the community members who participated in our showcase. And finally, thanks to all you watching at home. Look, friends, even though we're still staying safe by playing a part together, hopefully, if we're lucky, we'll see you sooner than later at our next BlizzCon. Until then, I'm Darren.
And I'm Matt.
Stay safe. We love you!
Dolby is a proud partner of BlizzConline. Watch Shock vs. the World in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby Access app. Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of BlizzConline.
Welcome to Sanctuary. We here at Critical Role are thrilled to be part of this celebration of the 30th anniversary of Blizzard and, of course, the announcement of Diablo 2 Resurrected. I'm super excited about. And as part of that, we are putting together this very special 100% original Diablo one-shot today set in this awesome universe. I've been a fan of Diablo since the first one. It was one of the reasons I first bought a PC back in middle school. I'm old. And just super excited to be able to play in this space today with these wonderful people. Speaking of wonderful people, let's go ahead and do a round of introductions to our players for this one shot, beginning with Mika Burton.
Hi, I'm Mika. I'm going to be playing a wizard, and I'm super excited to kill a lot of things, because that's what Diablo's about, right? That's what Diablo's about?
That's kind of what Diablo's about. You
Sweet.
got this. You got this.
Awesome. I got this.
Yeah. Laura Bailey.
That and looting, because that's what I'm here for. I am Laura Bailey, and I'm playing Druid today.
Brilliant. Liam O'Brien.
Hello, I'm Liam O'Brien, and I'm going to be the crusader for the group, and I'm excited to be the tank in a D&D game for the first time ever.
Carlos Luna.
Hey, I'm Carlos Luna. I'm going to be playing a necromancer with a little demon worm in his brain. So yeah.
Like you do.
Perfect. Like you do.
Yeah.
And Marisha.
And I am Marisha Ray, and I will be playing a demon hunter. Not voiced by Laura Bailey, even though she's at this table. Pew pew.
Meta awkwardness.
Those are my crossbows.
Is that the sound they make? Pew
Yeah.
pew? I love it. Perfect.
Maybe we could find one moment in the game, though, where you could throw your voice and you could just sort of ADR.
Yeah, can you just,
sure,
grab it.
sure.
lip
Yeah,
Live
yeah, yeah.
ADR it. Perfect.
watermelon, watermelon? Yeah, ooh, that's good, Marisha.
All right, no more of that.
Squash that immediately.
Exactly. If you want to watch this campaign again or check out any of the other amazing free content as part of this BlizzConline event, visit blizzcon.com. And tonight's adventure that you'll see here shortly will be available on our Critical YouTube channel soon enough. Thanks to Blizzard and BlizzCon for bringing us to be a part of the celebration and to make this game possible as part of the event. I think that's it. So, that all being said, let's go ahead and jump into the special one-shot for BlizzConline, Diablo. In the world of sanctuary, darkness carries far. The mortal realm between the high heavens and the burning hells. Life in these lands is ever a struggle, caught in the middle of this eternal conflict. The hearts of men fall easily to corruption, and the ancient evil ever seeks to spill into this world to sow chaos and blanket the realm in fire and shadow. In a time of shallow peace, you've each set out to make your fortunes in the world, whether to combat the evil that lurks in every lightless space, or to seek the answers to the countless forgotten mysteries that call out to the curious. You've come together in finding common purpose against the plague of evils, and made a name for yourselves in the region of Westmarch. Here, you found yourself summoned by a Herodric scholar called Deckard Cain. Under the dim call of candlelight, Deckard asked for your aid. Hello, my friends. I have heard of your great deeds already, and find myself in need of others in such skills as yours. The home of my youth, the humble village of Tristram, fell to flame and evil years ago. Abandoned, the ruins of Tristram have since been nothing but ash and memories, often targeted by looters and grave robbers. However, rumors swirl of something dark and violent stirring beneath the cathedral, and
given the history of that place, I've foreboding worry of what might be lingering there. I would ask you 5 to journey to the ruins of Tristram, seek the source of these rumors, and cleanse the cathedral of what terrors might reside below. I'd like to put the souls of those lost finally to rest. After braving days of freezing wind and the persistent rain that still haunts you.
10 out of 10.
Indeed. Sorry, Michael Goff. You finally reach the edge of the surrounding hills, looking down to the ghastly echo of the village once known as Tristram. Walking through the mud and charred foundations of what you imagine was once a modest township, you can't help but imagine what horrors must have fallen upon the denizens. Slowly your eyes fall upon the partially crumbled stone structure to the north, the cathedral. You grasp at your weapons tightly as you enter the semi-fallen structure, finding solace within here from the rain. Stepping across the stone floor, your vision skips from broken window to fallen candelabra, until you find the staircase descending into the depths below. The shine catches your eye, seeing a single gold coin resting atop the first stair. As you descend these steps into the first layer of the crypt below, what do they see as the demon hunter sets in?
2 heavy footsteps. Step in. You see a big skull, a cow skull first, that has detail of gold filigree emblazoning it, with the general calf skull motif on the rest of her armor, with little flecks of gold, and 2 crossbows. This is Toro, the demon hunter, returning home to her hometown of Tristram. But she hasn't been here since she was a little girl, growing up on her cattle farm. And she is most definitely no longer recognizable to anyone who might know her.
Fair enough. Alrighty.
Laszlo, come on, get in here.
Yeah, of course. And you see Laszlo step in. He's a young man. His forearms are missing flesh and skin. It's just bone that you can see, and it's surrounded by this purple glow around it. Same thing with his left calf as well. He has 2 scythes, and they look like barber blades, like shaving blades. That's how they're shaped, like almost like L shapes. And he's very wide-eyed, but at the same time, you would notice that his body language and his eyes kind of change sometimes, and he starts hunching and smirking, and then back to wide eye again. Oh yes, right away. Yeah, okay.
All right. As you tumble down the stairway to follow the demon hunter companion, Mordred, if you don't mind.
Shining in the darkness is Mordred the Gaunt. Not a hair on my head, bald and pale and dark of eye, sallow-cheeked, in golden armor of lattice work shining with my Zakara, a word I looked up on Wikipedia earlier today. I carry a morning star and a tall, slender shield, and I look with a lean and hungry gaze, wanting to eliminate corruption. Stay close.
As Mordred steps into the central landing chamber, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, before you ever see Remuel, you hear the swarm of insects that follows her, a buzzing that enters the room before she does. She steps in, hair over one eye, a bit of a mess. Green and black armor. It's more like vines and 2 snakes encircle her arms. They look around. Her fingernails very long. She seems happy to be here.
And following in, the final member of this troop.
At first, Indra walks in and she fixes her hair as it's been messy on the ride in. She immediately goes to the gold and picks it up off the floor and scoffs at everyone who didn't realize there was treasure lying there. And you see these beautiful raven feathers encircling her neck, kind of like a collar. Very beautiful cleavage on display in a tiny raven feathered bra top. I also on Wikipedia saw that this is the wizard couture. Just kind of one swath of blue fabric going across, kind of making this very skimpy dress. Interestingly, her right arm is completely burned up to her forearm, and she has some gold fingernails, probably smelted from all of her loot. And she has a large staff that swirls with dark magic at the end of it. She says nothing, but she pockets the gold into her cleavage.
You got it. As you all finally descend the last bit of stairs, you finally land in the crypt entryway chambers. You can see immediately in the torchlight that you have carrying into this lightless space, glistening sparkles. Other smattering of scattered gold coins, maybe a dozen or so, that kind of spill out in the middle of the old, dusty stonework that greets you here. The smell of decay and old, musty, stale air catches your nose. You can see alcove displays nearby on the sides of the stone walls and the low ceiling. Statues, angelic statues, sit within these little alcoves, though in various states of disrepair, while numerous puddles of wax form at the corners of various elements of decor, where candles once lit these chambers before they burned down to nothing. A faint growl echoes in the shadow, beyond your sight. As you all continue on a bit, keeping your eyes peeled, the pathway splits into 3 directions, a T intersection, so early in this crypt.
Any indication of which direction the growl was coming from?
Make a perception check.
Are there any clay pots around?
Make a perception check.
17.
17. Very good, actually. The growl, while the echoes seem to be somewhat amorphous at the distance, you listen closely and can hear a faint bit of like grinding and another low guttural rumble similar to that initial growl from the path directly ahead. You rolled a
13.
13. Yeah, there's a pot right to the left of you. It smashes and breaks to the ground, leaving 4 gold pieces. Because why wouldn't there be gold in a pot in a crypt? Diablo. All right.
Well, it seems as if trouble might be awaiting us ahead. Do we want to start there, or pick one of the sides?
Straight ahead, I say.
We're here to eradicate the darkness.
No point in wasting time. Let's go.
Bag of bones, so scared on the inside. Bag of bones does not want to go. Onyx does.
And he scurries off.
That guy creeps me out every time.
Every time. Laszlo is in a mood today. All right.
Well, moving forward, as Laszlo, you are taking point on this one. Creeping forward, you initially step through the stone arches, and you can see they're deep set with cracks all around you. The crunch of shale and bone breaks beneath your boot falls as you step, it loud in your ears amongst the still silence that surrounds you. The hall carries on for quite a bit forward, but the walls begin to narrow ever so slightly before finally coming to an end, where you can subtly see with the torchlight as it approaches behind you, looks like a pile of corpses lie on the ground. Human at one part, but even just at a quick glance, you can see they're bloody and torn apart.
you guys would notice that the back of Laszlo has kind of changed from like hunched over to like up straight and like darting his head like left and right. There are corpses.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
We're in a cathedral, yeah. There's a tomb down here.
Are you surprised by the fact that people are we knew people were dead down here?
I know that. I just meant, yay for us. We picked the right way, okay?
Yeah. You're not wrong.
How fresh do the bodies look?
Make a medicine check to go and inspect.
Do I have medicine?
Should be a skill there. Doesn't mean you're good at it necessarily. But...
There's no medicine.
Yeah, there's no-
Oh.
survival.
Sorry. Medicine.
Oh.
Oh, I did remove that one. Nature then.
Nature.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, that's not good. Which is weird. But seeing as how I grew up in a swamp and all. 17.
17. Not too bad. Inspecting the bodies as you kind of lean down and look across the corpses, the blood is congealed. They've been dead for a little bit of time, and some look fresh, some look old, almost like something keeps coming back to feed at times. But some of them are very fresh, and you can see where the bone has been splintered and broken. There are gouges in the exposed elements of the heavier white bone that peeks out, teeth marks, claw marks.
An animal did this. I would know.
That growl creeps back in, and you kind of hearing that glance up, and just as you catch the edge of the torchlight, the height of the building, your eyes now see lining the upper roof and ceiling of this chamber a dozen or so of these gray-skinned humanoid beings with elongated limbs, all just kind of hanging quietly, waiting as the torchlight glistens past their eyes, reflecting once. And in that brief moment of tension, as you hear that growl, they all begin to leap down towards you, and everybody roll initiative.
Oh my god!
As it begins, you see swarming down 10 of these ghoulish creatures begin to just surround and tear and gnash. 3 of them are going after you.
Cool.
3 of them are going to be swarming you, and then it's going to be... So we'll do yours first. So the 3 against you. It's a miss. It's a 12 hit. Miss. And that does hit. So 2 of them go streaking up towards you, claws towards you. One of them holding a giant hooked, rusted blade, swings it wide and cuts into you for 3 points of physical damage. So the 3 on you, not much of an effect. The 3 that are swarming you, Laszlo, that's going to be a 10, which I believe misses. 18, which does hit.
That hits.
And 21.
Yeah.
So as you're backing away, you start seeing yourself swarming as these creatures rush towards you. Their jaws open with horrible spiked teeth, almost like thick greenish phlegm-like liquid pouring out of the inside of it as they run towards you, claws out. As they slash, you take 6 points of physical damage from 2 of them managed to break through your defense.
Our hit points are not very high.
2 end up swarming towards you, Toro. 21.
Hits.
And an 11.
Miss.
All right. As they both come kind of swarming up towards you, one jumps up and you manage to catch it with the side of your forearms and shove it off of you, but at that point, another one crawls up and ends up biting into the side of your shoulder and clavicle area. You take 3 points of physical damage. And the last 2 would be one against each of you. That is a 24 versus Mordred, and a 9 versus Indra.
Doesn't hit.
All right, so you take 3 points of physical damage, Mordred, as one of them jumps up onto your shield and claws over and just catches the side of your forehead there. You can feel the blood beginning to run down into your eye. Top of the round now, Indra, you're up first.
I'm going to electrocute. You said there are 3 over here on Remy?
There are 3 on Remy, yes.
Okay, I'm going to try and electrocute one of them and 2 other next to it.
You've got it. All right.
Yeah. Which is a DC of 16.
Gotcha. So as you reach out with your staff in one hand, you see this energy begin to charge up into your arm and then suddenly rocket out towards the one and spread off and forks into the other 2 that are right next to you, Remy. You watch as the electricity charges through their body. That is, what's the DC on that? Is 16?
16 dexterity.
That's a fail, and a success.
Darn.
So go ahead and roll damage on those.
All right. That's 11. So...
All right.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, as it shocks through them all, they shrink back and scream. Two of them look extremely hurt, but they're still holding on and they're hungry. And they're just running on starved instinct at this point. None of them fall, but they are looking pretty damaged. Do you want to stay put towards the back?
As a bonus action, I'm going to teleport a little bit further, just kind of out of any physical range.
All right, so you watch as Indra suddenly vanishes from sight, and you hear footfalls in the darkness behind you by about 20, 30 or so feet. All right, finishing your go, Indra. That brings us to Laszlo. Toron, you're on deck.
Great. There's two in front of me now? There's two on me?
There's three on you.
Three on me, gotcha. I want to grab one by the head and cast Siphon Blood.
Okay, alrighty. Cool stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and roll attack on that one.
And that is a 12.
12 just hits. So as you reach out and grab it and pull it in, now with the light there, you can see its eyes. It's kind of like odd, milky, white, greenish tint to it. What's the damage on that one?
9.
9 damage?
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
As you pull out of it, you watch as it screams and squeals, and you pull the life force, whatever element of life force still remains in this odd, twisted abomination. It damages it heavily, but it's still standing and wriggling in your grasp. You do heal 1d4 damage from that, though.
3.
Okay. And don't forget to mark your essence you get from that one. Cool. Do you want to stay put, or do you wish to move back?
As a bonus action, I'd like to cast Devour.
Devour would require corpses nearby.
Oh, aren't there corpses?
Oh, there are actually. Yes,
yeah,
there are.
Like a bunch of.
You can totally do that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was like, they're not dead. Other people are. Yeah, you can.
How many are fresh? Within 30 feet.
5 fresh corpses in the sense that their essence has not been taken.
What a cheerful necromancer.
Nom nom nom.
Like
Boxes.
fresh baked bread. Great.
So there you go. So you go ahead and get your essence from that one.
Yep.
And you're staying put?
Will they get a attack of opportunity if I...
They would.
They would? Yeah, I'll stay put.
Okay, you got it. Got it. All right, cool. That finishes Laszlo's turn. Tori, you're up. Mordred, you're on deck.
Okay, I am gonna try to shuffle this one that's on me off a bit. I'm gonna pull out one of my crossbows and go doof doof, hungering arrow twice into the side of its head.
You got it.
Pew pew. Ooh. First one is a natural 3, which I don't think hits with an 11.
Just misses, unfortunately. It's too close to you, and it's writhing in your grasp and goes wide.
But the other one is a natural 19 for 27.
That definitely hits.
Which is 1d6. Okay, plus 8 damage.
Nice. So that one also, it goes right in the head, and part of the head kind of breaks off, and you can see the open wound there. It's heavily hurt, but it's still holding on.
Okay.
Angry and hungry. Staying put?
Yes.
All right, that finishes your go. Mordred, you're up. Remy, you're on deck.
Roughly how many of these are there total?
They're all pretty clustered right now.
Yes.
Since you guys are all in the same area, there are 10 of them currently in the middle of this battle. All of them are within 15 or so feet of you.
And there's one on me.
There's one on you.
I'm going to back away from it intentionally, risking an attack, and provoke all of them.
Okay, so it takes one swing at you for 20. So you take 3 points of physical damage, but you manage to pull away, and you're going to provoke, you said.
All 10 of them need to beat a DC 14 wisdom save. And for every failure, I rack up wrath.
Indeed. All right. What's the DC?
14.
14. First one's a success.
Boo.
Fail. 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 Fail.
So wait, did you just...
Success. Fail.
You just like lured them all onto him?
Fail.
That's cool. That's a good tank. Yeah.
Fail. So 2 succeeded. So it's 8 that...
8 total.
8 that failed.
So I'm going to back up and stop 5 feet in front of Indra, drawing them toward me. They have to attack me, and I now have full wrath.
There you go. So, describe how that looks to the troop here.
Oh, I just back them and say, "Come, lost ones."
Lost one? Yeah.
Perfect.
Make your peace quickly. And the armor just starts to glow through the lattice work as they start to
as he backs away towards
You've got it.
Mage League nerd.
Awesome. So you watch all these creatures, even the ones that are up in your faces, all of a sudden turn, except for like a couple of them, turn over towards Mordred, begin to make their movement. When is their next go? Remy, you're up.
Okay. Number 1, the swarm of insects starts to get louder and louder. And for my bonus action, I'm gonna have my swarm of insects swarm. The one that attacked me, the one that actually got the hit in.
You got it. Alrighty. That there is. Go ahead and roll for the attack on that.
20.
20 definitely hits.
All right. So that does you big 2d4. 5, 7 points of damage to the little.
Oh.
And then I would like to hold my action, my attack, until the creatures move towards.
You've got it. All right. Although, actually, I'm going to keep that in mind of that. Because you start with 0 spirit, you have to build it up, and that does cost spirit.
Oh, you start with 0.
Start with 0. Yeah, you got to build it up.
Good to know.
That's all good.
I understand now. In that case, screw it. I'm gonna maul the one in front of me too.
All right, you got that. Okay, so
Instantly, poof, I'm turned into a giant were crocodile. Reptilian, very large. Very large
No.
mouth.
you got it. All right, so using your action to maul the one that's in front of you.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll an attack on that one. Well, you use the same attack since you already rolled for that one.
Okay.
So we'll carry that over. Go ahead and roll damage for the maul against the one that.
7.
7 damage is still enough. So as you swoop out, you watch as this giant crocodile face suddenly sprouts from the front of Remy and slams down onto one of these creatures. It screams from the inside, muffled once it's enclosed in the mouth, and as the jaw tightens, it goes limp, spitting it onto the ground.
Nice.
Cool. So you are currently transformed, which means you do get your bonus to AC while you're shapeshifted.
Oh, sweet.
All right. That did generate spirit, so now you could also swarm now that you have that to use if you wanted to.
Well, there you go. I'll do that too then. So I'll roll for attack on that one.
You got it.
That definitely hits. That's a 21.
All right. Roll damage for the swarm now.
10.
10. Yeah, that'll do it. So after that one falls limp, you pull back, angry in your gator form. You watch as the insects swarm around one of the second ones that was still kind of recoiling from the shock that was delivered by Indra at the beginning of this combat round. And as the insects swarm around it, it begins to screech loudly before the silence hits. The insects pull away and you see mostly skeletal upper torso as it falls to its knees and splats on the ground dead. All right.
Nice.
You finishing your round there?
Yeah.
All right. Laszlo, you're up. Toro, you're on deck.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Actually, sorry, the creatures have to go first.
Yeah.
My bad. So the swarm that's there, two of them have fallen. There's still one against you, Remy. That's going to be an 11 to hit, which misses. Goes against you. 3 still up against you. But this one actually is now going to, the 3 against you are going to go after you. So they begin to rush away in your direction. Let's see there. That's a 24. Rolled a natural 19.
You get an attack of opportunity against the ones that run away from you?
Yeah. 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 So you can just take a singular strike against one of them if you want to with your siphon blood.
Okay, yeah. Let's do that. 14.
14 does hit. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
Cool. 13.
13. All right. The one that's rushing away from you, which would have been the one that first attacked him, so that one's nullified, tries to scoop away, and as it does, you manage to slam it with your siphon blood. And as you do, you pull the last bit of its undead life force out, and it crumples to the ground and kind of withers in the spot like a spider curling its legs in.
No.
So that first attack does not actually come at you.
Hey. That's
So-
my necromancer.
So
Speak
one
your local necromancer.
one miss and a second miss. They both come at you, rolling terribly. The other two that were coming at you, One of them stays.
Okay.
So the other one that succeeded. So that one's going to be against you. That is going to be an 11 to hit. Misses. The other one runs towards you. You do get an attack, although you are ranged at this point. So I will say that you don't necessarily have that.
Okay.
That is a 12 against you. All right. And then there's the two that were already on you. 12 and 14. Does not hit. And the last one that's against you rushes past and heads over towards you as well. That's going to be a 12. They're rolling real bad.
Back to the darkness.
So now there is a mighty swarm of these surviving ghouls that are all just kind of scrambling over and around the proximity of Mordred, who's just like pushing back with the shield flail, kind of spinning in the air angrily, getting amped up. That finishes their go. Now we're back to Indra, and then it's Laszlo.
I'm gonna just electrocute kind of in the middle. Just if they're all kind of piling around him, just trying to hit 3 again.
Sure, you can do that, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll for an attack.
All right. Oh, wait, no, it's a DC 16.
Oh, that's right, because it's not a roll attack roll.
Yeah.
That's a success. Success, wow, they're rolling high. And a fail.
All right.
Let's go roll damage on that.
10.
10 damage, all right, so that's 5. Still takes out one of them who was previously damaged by the electrocute before.
Dope.
And then the other two take half damage. So the energy sparks off, and the other two that it hits, after the first one pops from the pulse of electrical energy, the other two get shaken by it, but still continue to focus their attention angrily on Mordred, though some of them are starting to lose their luster, fighting against this iron wall of a person. All right, anything else you want to do from your side?
Yeah, since Mordred brought all of them to me, I'm going to teleport again on the other side.
Okay, go for it.
So I'm going to use the bonus action to...
Thanks a lot, Mordred.
All right, so Indra's just playing teleporting chess piece over there.
Yeah.
Finishing your turn. Laszlo, you're up. Throw, you're on deck.
As soon as the other guy hits the floor, Laszlo's demeanor changes again, and now he's kind of near the ground, pushing corpses aside to look for one that looks just about right, and Onyx is just like, oh, second chance, friend. Yes, second chance. Ooh. And I'm going to cast Command Skeletons and bring one of them back.
Okay, so you are currently, in the process of this harried combat. You reach over to find one of the corpses, mostly eaten, and as you draw forth kind of the undeath from within, you watch as this body, suddenly a skeletal hand kind of almost pushes through its own flesh. It's like watching a skeleton claw its way out of the body that once contained it. And the bones that were once broken and pulled apart snap together until eventually you watch this humanoid skeleton and all of it still gashed and clawed glory stand right next to you.
Gruesome. I also love how you have a spot for... I can name this skeleton.
Yes, you can, if you want to.
As if it's a pet of some sort.
Yeah.
Like, that would be great to,
Well, what's his name?
God, what do you think would be... Spell slots. That's his name. Yeah, spell slots. Because I will be out of him soon.
You trying to find the right one gave me a vision of being at the grocery store going like, which one's the right avocado? Squeeze.
That skeleton right there.
Yeah.
This got some good bones.
All right. Your
Yeah.
skeleton can take a turn if he wants to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
On this turn? Okay. I'll send him out to go hit one of those bad guys that's running after.
You got it. So the skeleton immediately after forming up lunges forward and takes a swing at one of the ghouls.
14?
14 does hit, actually.
Oh, wow.
So go ahead and roll damage.
3.
3 damage. Not a whole lot, but doesn't hurt either.
Spell slots, come
beating
on. He's so cute. Yeah, play those.
Spell slots.
Spell slots is smaller than the other skeletons.
But trying his best.
He's just like really tiny.
Perfect. I finish your turn, Laszlo?
As a bonus action, I want to, while I'm still down there looking for corpses, I want to cast Bone Armor.
Okay, go for it.
Nice.
So from the other corpses that you did not choose from, 2 of the other nearby ones, you watch as sections of their bone begins to also pull out of the flesh, the soft, easy to tear through flesh, and then begin to assemble around you like this suit of white, pale, somewhat bloody armor.
I love it. 6.
All right, so you have 6 temporary hit points from that. Yeah. Awesome. Finishing Laszlo's turn. Toro, you're up. Mordred, you're on deck.
Okay, I'm gonna just really pissed off at these ones that are here. I'm gonna push the one that's on me off. I'm gonna spend 12 hatred to do rapid fire.
You
And
got
just
it.
go just full on every moving body that I can see. So the one that's on me, first one, that was cocked. Okay, that is 13.
13 to hit, you said?
Yeah, to hit.
That hits.
And let's see, these are d6 plus 2. Ugh, 3 damage on that one.
3 damage. All right. He's still standing. This is the same one you shot earlier.
Yes.
He's like riddled with holes in the...
15 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, that should do it. 8 damage.
Takes him out. Falls to the ground.
Okay, that was 2 shots.
4 more attacks.
To the one that's... actually, I'm going to go to the ones that are on Laszlo. Okay. 18 to hit.
There's only really one left on Laszlo. The other one's rushed towards... Or I think actually all of them rushed towards Mordred. Yeah,
their backs are probably towards me, though.
All right, the ones that are rushing away from Laszlo. So 18 to hit on that one.
That hits.
That's 7 damage.
7 damage. All right, that one's still standing, but it's real rough.
I'm going to hit him again. Ooh, yikes. 11.
11 does not hit.
Okay, I'm
Goes
going to
wide.
shoot at him again. That should do it. 18 to hit.
That hits.
And that's 8 damage.
That one falls.
And I've got one more shot.
Mm-hmm.
To the next one that I can see. That's 7. So 12 to hit.
12 just hits.
Great. 1, 2, 3 damage.
3 damage. All right, so after you angrily turn around, channeling your hatred, just unleash this barrage of crossbow shots in the direction. You watch as 3 of these creatures fall to the ground, no longer moving. You steady yourself.
Filth.
Perfect. That finish your turn?
Yeah, that finishes my turn.
All right, Toro's done. Mordred, you're up. Remy, you're on deck.
I heft my shield and it begins to emit white radiant fire, and I will use shield bash, and I will charge one of them, and any of the others that are within 5 feet of it must all make a dex save and take holy damage.
You've got it.
By the light be damned!
You watch as the shield suddenly begins to fill with this radiant energy, and with a sudden impacting blast, like iron on stone, this echoing explosion across the inside of this crypt catches your ears as you see this flash of energy. What's the damage on this?
20 points if they fail.
Good roll. Well, that's a fail. Fail. Oops. Fail. And fail. With that final flash, you watch as the bodies go flying and the few still standing ghouls are scattered in pieces across the far end of this chamber as silence once more takes the interior of this dungeon.
And turn back into my human form.
That was a nice warm-up.
But I think it's agreed. Next time we walk into a hallway, we check the ceilings. That was unnecessary.
But it was fun.
I know. Feeling really good, actually.
You're not the one covered in goblin parts.
No, I actually look pretty damn good. All right, shall we continue on?
This is the end of the hall, actually.
Oh.
It ends here at the bodies. It narrowed and then came to a finishing end.
Well, we went the wrong way. Turn around.
Is there anything else here? Any clay pots?
There are 3 pots, no chest. There are the tattered corpses and the 3 pots.
I
That's all
read
there
one
is.
of them. Is anybody else going to claim the other pots?
I'm going for it. I don't want to magic missile one of the pots.
All right,
Just
you have to
grabbing
teleport there, I'm just saying, because right now there is a weregator that is just wading into them.
Can I use my maul action to maul the clay pot?
I'll allow it. You don't gain any spirit from it, but you can.
I've got
All
a
right.
whole sheet of unpopped bubble wrap for you.
Yeah, okay, you can do that.
Okay, I want one
All
pot.
right, there you go. So one pot bursts with a blast of arcane energy from your magic missile, causing it to scatter across the chamber. 4 gold drops from that one. Yes. The 2 are the ones that you tear into, Remy. One of them contains 40 gold pieces. and the other is empty.
Okay, well that was worth it.
It is strange, though. Most things you hit in this world do tend to erupt into gold coins.
I agree.
How's that strange?
I try not to question it, but where do they come from? I
Who
once hit
is-
a waffle, and it turned into 3 gold coins.
We're like one
Why would
act
that
away from
be?
the Truman Show right here. Video game.
Maybe there's like another realm, you know, where there's just piles of gold.
A distant
Yes.
echo of some distant screech suddenly cuts you off this deep metaphysical conversation, knowing.
Yeah.
Did it sound like it came from the left or the right,
You hear
Pat?
that? The narrative structure is calling us.
I feel a deep calling.
9.
To tell. It sounded pretty muffled, but nothing beyond that, really.
Did you hear the call? Something's around.
Which direction?
I don't know. I couldn't tell. It was muffled.
Did anyone else hear it?
No, you guys were having conversations. But
Oh, we were talking about metaphysics.
I'm gonna go back out to where
Yeah.
the 3 branches start.
Okay.
Back it up,
Yeah.
everyone.
All right, so you're back at the T intersection facing the other direction. You have right and left?
I'm gonna hold my wrist up and let my snake lick the air and see if it points in a certain direction.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay. The snake is unfamiliar with crypt environments and is uncertain how to tell which direction to go.
It's all right, baby. You'll get it someday.
It slithers sadly back onto your wrist.
Familiars can sometimes be disappointing.
I'd like to press my ear to the ground,
Okay.
see if I can hear where the call and rumbling is coming from.
Okay, make perception.
Nice try.
Okay. 19.
19, not bad. As you put your ear against the stone in the ground, you hear faint scraping noises from both directions.
Which scraping sounds eviler?
There's more of them to the right. A more independent and fainter one to the left.
The right seems dangerous. The left also seems dangerous. Take your pick.
What are you feeling?
I'm feeling if we're looking for some fun, we go to the right. If we're looking to stay safe, we go to the left.
Right it is.
Let's go to the right.
You guys are psychopaths.
Yeah.
All right. You all traveled to the right, and for about 15 feet, as you all have your weapons at the ready, eyes peeled, you come upon a massive, solid iron door. It has chains pulled across the front of it and a heavy lock affixed to it.
I actually might be able to handle this. I'm gonna try and pick it.
Okay, go ahead and roll a d20, add your dexterity modifier.
Okay. My dex, just my
Just your dex mod.
straight dex. Okay. Oh, poop! That was almost great. 15 total. Or sorry, 13 total.
13.
Rolled an 8.
Okay, with the 13, you watch as your awesome, bad on her home turf demon hunter gets down and takes out her thieves' tools.
Yes.
And with a whip of the wrist, achieve nothing. It is not budging.
Do we need to get a key?
What about your horns?
Nope, just give me a moment. I just punch it. I just try and punch it like the Fonz.
Make a strength check.
Toro.
So why couldn't have that been my lockpicking check? What's my strength? Oh, I have but 18.
18. Good roll. Your knuckles are bleeding.
Blast. Yeah, I think we need to find a key.
But with the heavy impact against an iron door, the echo on the other side definitely reverberates throughout the nearby chambers. You get the sense that any sort of sense of surprise you may have had at this point, you've definitely made your presence known in the proximity of this door.
It was the door's fault.
Well, if the surprise is ruined, I'll just magic missile the lock.
Okay.
Ooh.
Go ahead and roll some damage.
All right, just damage.
Or-
I don't even need to roll to hit.
Roll the hit just in case.
Okay.
Because I like ones.
Okay. 17. Does that
17.
hit a door?
It hits.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll damage.
I shall. 4 plus 2, 6.
Okay. You blast it once, and kind of glancing at it, this is a very heavy door. And while the magic missile, the arcane blast from it is generally pretty powerful against softer, fleshier things, it's not really gaining any purchase against this door's lock, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's the door's fault.
Find another way around.
Maybe there's a key down the other hallway.
To the left.
Look for keys all the while.
Yeah.
Place my hand on the door before we go. We'll play later.
Doors.
Spell slots goes like.
Oh, spell slot. Glad you're with us, buddy.
Spell slots is the best.
He's my favorite character in the
Yeah.
story.
Continuing onward in the other path, this is a relatively lengthy hallway that continues on for a bit. There are pots here, but they're already broken.
Oh.
What? You do eventually, quietly, come upon a left-hand turn, and in the next hall you can just faintly hear movement, scrambling, footfalls and shifting, scrapes against the stone.
Is there anything on the ceiling?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Someone knows the secrets of the pots.
It's a very competent 4.
Glancing up at the ceiling above, which it only hits about a 10-foot ceiling at this portion of the tunnel, and with the torchlight you do carry, you're pretty sure there's nothing on the ceiling, but who knows?
We're absolutely safe.
I'm gonna kind of scurry ahead a
peek
bit.
around.
Yeah. Can we see what's making that scurrying noise ahead?
Can we like...
Scooby-Doo. Yeah.
One by one, the heads appear in a totem. You can see in this next chamber a cluster of pots and small cases, all open or broken in various states, and there is a dressed humanoid you see from the back that is currently like rummaging through one of these right now. You can see some coins spill out of his grasp and quickly reaches down and snatches them and puts them within a pocket, and it's just talking to itself.
Is this treasure goblin? Is this
Oh my
straight up a
God, is
treasure
it?
goblin?
Is it a treasure goblin?
It's hard to see from this side.
Kill him! I just yelled.
Roll attack. Roll attack.
Get away! I blocked the door. Blocked the hallway so we can't run.
Roll to attack twice.
Actually, would I get hatred for this?
It is the first round of combat.
Actually, no, I can't. I wouldn't have enough hatred. So no, hungering arrow. Okay, those are both. That's a natural 20 and an 18.
A natural 20?
Yeah.
That's a critical hit. So yeah. Roll damage on both, doubling the dice damage on the first one.
Okay. What do I roll? New class. Okay, first one. That's a 4, so 8 doubled plus 5, so 13. Wait, no.
No.
21.
Yes.
8 doubled plus 5.
No. 4 doubled.
So got you. So
Plus
4 up to
5.
8. So 8 plus 5. Yeah, that brings it to 13.
13
Yep.
damage on the crit, and then for the other one, I rolled a 1 on damage, so 6 total.
Got you. Okay, so 19 damage total.
Yeah.
So as you come in the corner, fire both of these, the individual turns around and you see for a brief second just a dude in just normal clothes with a small package who just like goes, "What?"
Treasure
just
goblin.
spits blood out of his mouth, and there's these 2 crossbow bolts in his chest. He's like,
Oh dear.
Oh.
Was I not supposed to?
he falls onto the ground and he's like bleeding out.
Run over. Run over to him. Do you have a key to the lock on the other side?
Who are you?
Oh.
Spitting blood up.
Wait, just let him die, and then
consecrate
Laszlo.
the ground under this man.
Really? Okay.
He starts to heal. So does anybody else standing around him.
Ooh, we're getting healed. Okay.
4 rounds of 1d6 plus 2.
What were you saying, Indra?
I was gonna say if you just let him die, Laszlo could have just talked to him. It would have been much easier.
He begins to heal up a little bit in his wounds.
Take the arrows out.
He sits up. He's like, no. What do you want? I can stop. I have to get it to him. And goes over and grabs the bag and goes, like, ignoring you entirely, goes back to the boxes and starts just, like, taking whatever he can find and throwing it into the sack.
Get what for whom?
For the child.
needs all the treasure valuables.
Don't even think about it.
His eyes glance past all of you as his wounds heal him back to full.
Whoa.
I just transformed my arm into a crocodile arm. I'm aware of crocodile. That means my arm's
I know.
I mean, I just like a crocodile arm.
Fair enough.
Is anyone else picturing the crocodile with fur, though?
Me too,
Sanctuary ecology is a little different than Earth ecology. Crocodiles here, be furry. Okay.
Whatever you want to picture.
Wild look in his eye. He's surrounded by 5 well-armored dungeon delvers at this point. He is wearing normal clothing and currently holding on one hand this kind of half-open bag, and the other pulls out a dagger and goes,
Give me your belongings. Give me your valuables.
Crossbows and point them at him.
Onyx is very happy at all of this. Kill him again. Do it again.
See, Onyx knows what's up.
Honestly, you're about 5 seconds from that being your reality if you don't stop and tell us what you're doing.
He'll kill me if I don't bring enough back for him.
Who's the child?
The child below.
Through the door with a lock.
Beyond I
So you have a key?
maybe.
Tell you what, we'll bring all your treasure to the child for you.
No. I have to do it. I have to.
All right, well, how about in exchange, you can come with us?
Okay. And when we get there, you'll give me your belongings?
Sure. What's your name?
Johnny.
Johnny. Nice to meet you, Johnny.
Yeah, give them to me?
Not now.
Okay, but then.
Sure.
Okay. And he zips the bag up over one shoulder like this half-crazed Santa gnome figure. Blade still out in front.
So go on, I'm following!
I really did think he was a treasure goblin.
I did too. I was about to confirm all of my theories for this other dimensional realm just filled with gold and treasure. I was this close. I know it's real.
I'm regretting my choice to bring this man back from the brink.
Looks over at you with this like mostly gum-filled occasional tooth grin.
Well,
It reaches into his pocket and pulls out this long rusted key and goes, here. Pulls his dagger out.
Lay down.
You know what? Have a seat. If you want me to be able to help you all, I need to meditate for a while.
How long?
30 to 60 minutes.
oh, what?
Really? We just got started.
No.
We'll just do a montage. It's fine.
What's a montage?
Well, it's a great hotel.
It's been a bunch of activities I've taken in a very long period of time. It's shortened down into a much more easy to grasp scenario for the audience.
I like
Johnny
saying that
spell
with
slots
like
play
arrows in
Oh, I
him
love
too.
it.
Toro does push-ups.
Yeah.
Are you taking a rest here?
If the game and the group will allow.
That's up to you guys. I'll just mark it here.
Marking it.
Things are happening below.
It's up to you. It's skin off your backs, not mine.
All right, I guess fine.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. We could ask our little friend a little bit more about. I'm sorry, Johnny.
Yeah. We're not going. We're not moving.
Well,
30
you were hurt, and he had to heal you, so now he needs to rest.
It could have been avoided if we just let him die, like I said, but whatever.
Not wrong. Well,
He's just rummaging through his bag. He's kind of ignoring your questions for a moment. He's just kind of checking, counting things.
spell slots. Do you know any good musical routines?
Laszlo is not excited about spell slots. He has become a stepdad overnight.
He He's getting all the attention.
Laszlo's not very happy about spell. But what did you ask? I'm sorry.
If he knows any good musical numbers.
Hey, buddy. Can you like play those things like a xylophone or you know any like Kanye or you know what can you do? What is like his
Sir Kanye of the Zaka Room was a very well-known traveling bard, crusader.
Just deep tracks? God, spell slots? Need some hits.
This skeleton mainly sits in like a dark wave house vicinity, so it's not quite hitting the right vibe for you, unfortunately. But it's the only skeleton you got at the moment, so. We'll say you finish your 30-minute period of time of rest, which, when it comes to an end, as you all stand at the ready, you can see that Johnny is looking very impatient at this point, kind of pacing, going, come on, to himself, his eyes looking at nothing in particular, and you hear this, like, distant shriek down the distance down the hallway, this, like...
Oh, come on.
That was really cool.
Creep.
So, what do you do?
Alright, you feeling better?
Come on, auto-tune skeleton. Let's go.
It's not even early Kanye, it's later Kanye.
All right, as you head back towards the large iron door, indeed, the key does open it. And as the door opens to the side, you can see within the next portion of the chamber, the hallway curves to the right slightly. And following it with the light, eventually you see that opens into wide archways and this kind of faint glow of candlelight that greets you on the opposite side. You can see a beautiful display of large statues depicting angelic figures, a central one in heavy armor and hood that's looming over a wide staircase, the hood itself empty, sword in front. You can see this staircase descends below, but standing before this armored figure, you see a humanoid shape wearing its own kind of haphazard armor turned away from you, and as it spins, you see this skeletal entity wearing old, rusted, dusty, heraldric armor. As it looks back towards you all, as you spin around the edge, it kind of... And as it kind of raises its hands, you hear the sound of scratches as the walls, you now notice, are filled, ceiling to floor, with stone tombs that begin to spill. The lid spilling open as skeletons scramble out in your direction and begin to swarm towards you as the one armored skeleton begins to curl its hands in the air, and you see arcane runes beginning to swirl on the floor in front of it. I need all of you to roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Whatever, we got a skeleton too. It's fine.
It's true. All right. Top of the round, Remy and Laszlo, you're up. You can see now there's this one central armored skeleton that stands taller than the rest that is currently in the process of some sort of dark purple incantation. You see the energy swirling off of it and the rune on the ground in front of it beginning to brighten. You can see now 4 other skeletons that have crawled out of the tombs, drawing like rusted weapons and beginning to scatter their way towards you. And in the back of the room, 2 of the skeletons that fell, bringing a total of 6, have bows and arrows that begin to and reach back, pulling them taut. So,
here we go, 8 d8s and heartbreak.
What are you two doing?
I'm gonna whip my arm up, and my snake's gonna shoot forward from my arm, and a spiritual blade is gonna shoot forward towards the armored creature.
Oh, cool.
And I'm gonna cast Wind Shear.
You've got it. Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack for that. Which one? The one in the armor?
Yes.
Okay.
17 to hit.
That indeed hits.
So that's 3d8.
And Matt, you said there was 1 big baddie and 2
archers, and then 4 melee skeletons.
Okay. And 1 big baddie?
Yeah.
That's okay. So 11 damage.
11 points of damage. Not bad.
Ooh, but my movement is increased by 10 feet until the end of my next turn.
Indeed. So you have some faster movement, and don't forget you generate 8 spirit from that.
Yes.
Alrighty. So as the The blast of razor sharp wind arcs out from your hand. You see it strikes the creature and actually shears off part of its shoulder armor. It kind of cracks in the bone. You can see it sustained damage from the impact, but it still stands there, continuing to cast. Its arms still undulating in space.
How far away is it from me now?
You guys are right at the entrance, so that's about 15 feet from you. And the melee skeletons are quickly rushing in kind of at the same plane. The archers are about 30 feet from you in the distance.
I'm gonna run forward since I've got extra movement speed now, and I'm gonna run forward and I'm gonna run towards the armored guy, just straight into the middle.
Easily enough.
And I'm gonna, for a bonus action, cast Swarm at him.
You've got it. All right, as you rush forward towards the front, you know, in your awesome druid, swamp druid form, dart towards him. As you do, you bring your arm up, and out of the inside of your outfit, these insects begin to crawl out and then just whip around this creature. Would you roll to attack?
15 plus 7.
15 plus 7 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage for that.
Uh, 6 points of additional damage.
You got it. It's swirling around inside. Since this is not a fleshy creature, you can hear them like buzzing and hitting the inside of the rib cage and the armor from the interior. It's sustaining damage, but not as much as you would hope given the circumstances. But nevertheless, you are now there right up in front of it. You can see within its deep sunken dark sockets these faint points of glowing purple energy, matching the same arcane force that it's currently calling to it. That finishes your turn. So you're right in the center now, and all eyes are currently on you. Laszlo, what are you doing?
Yeah, as Remy starts to run forward, Laszlo gets down on one knee and starts punching the cement, and I'm going to cast Death Nova.
Ooh.
So all this smoke is like kind of coming up above him, or below him, I guess.
You've got it.
So it's a DC 15 Constitution save.
It is. It's also all creatures, just so you know.
Yeah.
That does include your friends too, so you're going to want to try and maneuver.
Yeah, so if he's 15 feet, is she right at 15 feet, or is she at like 10 feet?
She's 15 feet ahead of you. You'd have to probably go far to one side or the other to try and avoid her.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. right or left corner?
Left. We've been avoiding left this entire game. So
you got it. To the left. You Zoolander it over to the left-hand corner. Punch the ground, and this green energy swirls up, and with the impact, darts outward as all this toxic, poisonous, magical energy radiates outward. It swarms into and hits the two skeletons and the central skeleton. To minimal effect, go ahead and roll damage.
12.
12 damage. All right. You've got it. It hits them, and you watch as they withdraw from this. They do all fail their saves, but even so, poison doesn't seem to have the same impact on skeletal entities, and you realize that moment, like, dang it. Did some damage, but not as much as you would have hoped. And spell slots can take his turn as well if you'd like.
No spell slots!
Getting ready for it. Yeah, he's going to make a melee attack at the closest one.
You got it. All right.
11.
11 does not hit. He goes, and arcs wide, and it just kind of hits off the bones. Now it's just skeleton and skeleton slap fight.
He's a college dropout.
Hey, I'm in the room for a lot of us. All right, that finishes your turn, Laszlo?
Yes.
All right, Mordred, you're up.
Yes. I'm going to charge in and run up alongside of Remuil, and as I do so, I'm going to recite the laws of justice so that I and my companions are resistant to cold, fire, and lightning damage for a bit. Takes away 4 points of wrath, and I will punish the big baddie with 2 swings of my Morning Star.
You've got it. As a note for you as well, which I just recall, after you strike the creature, this insect swarm around it, this like pulse of energy comes off of it, and you watch as these kind of like arcane needles shoot out in your direction. And you did, on that one, you took 5 points of fire damage as they blast on you. It seemed to almost reflect some of the damage back at you. What are you doing on your turn?
So bonus action for Laws of Justice, which gives resistance. I don't know if it was in time for cold
Not for her, but it will for the next round.
Okay, cold fire and lightning to the start of my next turn.
You got it.
And then I used punish, so I got 2 attack actions essentially, and I got 22 on both.
Both of those hit, yeah.
All right, so that is 1d8. 5, 7, 6 is 13. And
this is against the armored one?
The
armored one or standard?
Against the
You got it. All right.
Cast. So that buffs up my own AC a bit and charges my wrath again, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay, that was 13 damage from both of those together?
All told, yeah. 13 total.
You got it. Alrighty. So, as you go ahead and strike with both of those, your flail kind of hitting at the side, and then once again over the top of the shield, each impact blasts into, and you can see it reel from the impact, and that same arcane energy seems to fire that damage back out at you as these 2 spears of burning white-hot magic. That is a 13, I believe, misses you? No. But a 24 does hit you.
That hits.
You take... It would be 7 points of fire damage, but because of your resistance, it reduces it to 3.
Nice. Good call.
All right. Finishing up Mordred's turn, it is now Kresh the Unforgiven's turn.
Kresh?
Kresh.
The Unforgiven?
The armored skeleton you can see now finishes its casting, and as it does in the center of the floor, a new skeleton appears. You get the sense this one can just bring more skeletons.
That's a sense we get, guys.
You get a sense of that. It's a weird thing. Weird thing about that one. Let's see if that recharges on its turn. Yeah, it recharges. Okay. It is going to then do a burning dart as it's standing right there, and it's going to go ahead and fling the dart at you since you're the one who first came at it, and you're the one... no, actually it's going to go for you since you're the one who did the most damage to it. Natural 19. That puts it at a 23 to hit.
Yes.
Alrighty. So you take 10 fire damage, reduced to 5 as it blasts into your face. The shield catches part of it, and the rest of your lawful defense manages to shrug it off.
It feels good.
Finishing its turn, that brings us to Toro and Indra.
Do you want to go first, or?
What is the new skeleton holding? Is it a melee or is it an archer?
That is a melee.
Okay.
Giant executioner's axe, actually.
Why did I ask?
Cool.
You can go first.
Okay. I'm just gonna slowly walk up, drawing my crossbows, and I'm gonna say, "If it bleeds, you can kill it." And I'm gonna cast Marked for Death.
But they don't.
Well, the big it bleeds a little, right?
It bleeds a little, guys.
You all go, yeah.
And I'm gonna do Hungering Arrow, pew pew.
You got it.
The whole group is like, yes, and yes.
Don't stop for improv.
You know what? I don't want to yuck your yum. Go for it.
It's not my fault. This is the lines that they're set for this ability. All right.
All right. So what are the attack rolls? And you're attacking which ones here?
I'm gonna attack just 2 hits at the big baddie.
You got it.
Okay, so that first one is a 17, and the second attack is a 23.
Both hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
And these are extra d6s because he is marked. So for the first one, okay, that's 11 damage total.
11 damage. You got it.
For the second one,
go ahead.
Is a 13 damage total.
Nice. So as you come around and you fire twice out of the arrows, hit the armor, and you can see another chunk of armor falls off of it. The bones are now splintering from the impact of the damage it's taken. It's looking like it's having a hard time holding itself together, and all the other skeletons around it are eager to rush in and try and offer protection.
Okay.
You also notice not bleeding.
Not yet.
Yet.
Go back to the writers.
Systemic dialogue. You just gotta roll with it.
All right, finishing your go, Indra.
Question.
Yes.
Big baddie.
Yeah.
Is here. My friends are in front of him.
Directly
in front of him. However, the archers are behind him.
Correct.
How close would you say these archers are?
They'd be about 15 feet from him.
Wonderful. As in a 15-feet diameter could catch both this big baddie and these archers.
Yes.
Cool. Then I am going to flick my hair behind my... Wow, get it caught on my lip gloss like a really cool person. And I'm going to cast a meteor right in the middle.
Oh, okay.
Of all of them.
Okay.
Yes.
hoping to end this quickly. And she's just gonna scoff as she summons a giant meteor from above.
Yeah.
No?
So as you watch as Indra pulls the staff forward, scoffs frustratedly, and kind of spins her staff in the air, you're all engaged in these skeletons, but you hear this horrible tearing sound, and you all can't help but glance up as in the air above this staircase and where this battle is taken, you see a sliver of reality is suddenly carved and open, and you see a dark expanse of stars and purplish blue mist. And from that, a bright light as a flaming rock apparates out of it and slams into the top of the staircase and explodes. You can see flame just spirals around and almost engulfs both of you at the front of this battle, but just manages to just singe your eyebrows. You don't have any eyebrows, so you don't have to worry about that. But it does catch you a little off guard.
Not a single hair on my body.
Go ahead and roll damage on that.
I had to bring out extra d6s for this one. Good lord. Ooh, 12. Who's good at math here?
No.
Spell slots.
Just say it. Just say it.
Okay, 12 plus 8 plus 5 plus 5 plus 7.
37 points of fire damage.
37
All right.
points of fire damage.
And your spell DC on that one?
16 dex.
Got it. Failure on Crash the Unforgiven. Failure on the Archer.
Love hearing it.
Failure on the other
Love
Archer.
hearing it.
As the flames and explosion die down for a second, the next sound you hear is the clattering of scattered bones raining down from the opposite side of the chamber as the two archer skeletons are blown apart and thrown across the opposite side. The central skeleton, the armor, you now see as it looks out, the purple light in its eyes blinks out, and the bones scatter on the inside, hitting the ground, destroyed.
Andrew just kind of brushes off some dust on his shoulder. She's like, pathetic.
The big guy? The big guy?
Yeah, he just fell to the ground. But there are still 4 other skeletons, 5 technically, one with a giant axe.
Okay.
And it's now their turn.
Where's our dude? Where's the dude we came in here with? Is he hanging back?
Oh, yeah.
He's not in the middle of this battle. He's just back in the hallway.
He's back there?
Yeah, with his dagger like, "Ah! I'm Johnny! Ah! What do you want from me?
That's his one-liner. I'm Johnny!
I'm Johnny!
He's in his own movie right now. Right?
Exactly. Well, it's proper NPC. Once you cycle the dialogue, he just has the one thing he says to you. I'm Johnny! I'm Johnny! 2 skeletons rushing up towards you, Remy. Going to straight. Oh, that's a natural 20. That's 8 points of physical damage. And the other one is going to be I'm rolling pretty well. A 20 to hit. 4 points of physical damage. So a total of 12 against you.
Cool.
Other 2 are rushing up against you since you're right in the front.
Yes.
That's a 10, which misses. And another natural 20.
Oh.
You take 8 points of physical damage from that secondary strike.
Okay.
And they're just swarming at you, hacking away. And the one with the executioner's axe. Let's roll to see which one of you goes after.
All right.
You.
I'm sitting there going.
Yeah. Just looking over at him suggestively.
So here's the thing.
If it bleeds, you can kill it.
They're aware. As the 2 skeletons are rushing at you and you're fighting them off, you can't help but in the background see the one skeleton kind of glance up at you, its head cocked to one side as it slowly lifts this massive axe that weighs immense amounts.
Oh no.
What's up, buddy?
Large swing right into the ground about a foot from you. Not a great aim on this skeleton. Probably not used to using an axe and just completely whiffs entirely and kind of looks at you.
This is awkward. I feel bad for you.
And is now wedging out of the ground while he brings us back to Remy and Laszlo's go.
So wait, are they in a line?
They are pretty close to a line, yeah. I'd say 3 of them are in a line.
Doesn't matter. Can't do it anyway. Hold on. But they're close to each other. They're
Yes.
within 5 feet of each other.
3 of them are, yes.
Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna look up, and I'm gonna find a big piece of rock from some of the pile of meteorite that fell down.
You got it.
I'm gonna lift it up and cast landslide on 3 of the creatures in front of me.
All right.
And hopefully including the one with the giant executioner's axe.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack for all 3 of them. Executioner's axe and the 2 next to him.
Okay.
Get it, Stevie Nicks.
Oh, he beat me to it. And if you see
Ooh.
my reflection.
The first one is. Oh!
Who was singing that?
Oh no, damn.
Spell slot.
The first one is 17.
That hits.
It wasn't.
Do I add anything? Oh, yes, I do. Oh, the first one is 24.
24, that definitely hits.
The second one is 13.
13 just hits.
Why do you still
Sweet.
have your...
And the last one definitely hits. It's a 23.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll damage for... Just roll damage for each of them, yeah.
Okay.
This is individual.
3d10.
Executioner first.
3 plus 9 is 12, plus 6 is 18.
18. Other two.
9, 15, 17.
Okay.
5 plus 6 is 11 on the last one.
Got it. Okay. So, as you pull up a chunk of the meteor that was summoned through space by Indra, you lift it up into the ceiling. With a crack and impact, it brings elements of dirt and earth and rock from above. And as it slams down into that central space, broken apart from the multiple impacts, it causes this shower of sharp shards of rock, stone, and whatever piece of the nearby structure was kind of carved free from it. And as it does, you watch as the executioner skeleton axe high in the air for a secondary strike, is smashed beneath it and flattened into a bunch of broke pieces of bone. The two of the skeletons to its side kind of look up and are simultaneously smashed as well.
Yeah.
You're down to 2 skeletons. That brings us to you, Laszlo.
Cool. Are they in a row at all?
These they're in a row, but they're distant from each other.
Okay.
Like they're on opposite ends, about like I'd say 30 feet from each other.
Okay, I'm just gonna run up to one, place my hands on its head, and siphon its. Well, can I siphon its blood? Does it have blood?
Siphon life.
Life.
It's
yes.
a little more of its essence in the
Exactly.
because video game.
19.
19 does hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Mordred, you're on deck.
10.
10 damage. That does it. As you reach out and extend your hand towards it, you watch as its skeletons shake, and what faint bit of magic that still remains holding it animated is pulled away. And as it does, the skeleton seems to almost implode your direction, sending bones scattering to the ground by your feet. And you heal up 1d4.
Ooh, awesome. 4.
There you go.
And I'm gonna while I'm doing this, spell slots is running to the other side.
To hit the other dude?
To hit the other dude.
You got it.
It's so sad because I'm picturing him a lot smaller than the other guy. Let's see what he does.
He's trying so hard.
He's trying
It's
so
like-
hard.
The way you keep describing him, I imagine him in like Yeezys, like
Yeezys and joggers.
14.
14 does hit.
Okay, cool.
Let's go ahead and roll damage. This last standing skeleton.
Oh, 3. You
3
rolled a 1.
damage. Oh. Big old heavy fistfall into the skeleton. Takes the hit, but it's still standing. It's looking damaged, but it's still standing. That finishes. You go, or what else you got?
And I'm gonna cast Devour again. If there's a bunch. No, they're not corpses. Sorry.
Well, yeah.
They're skeletons.
They're
Do they count as corpses?
They technically would not count as corpses
Okay.
in this instance, yeah.
Then that's it.
Sorry.
Philosophical
Alrighty.
question: are skeletons corpses?
Yeah.
So 2 are up right now, yeah?
1 is up.
Just one?
Yes.
I just always stop my morning star and say, I hate to do it. No, I don't.
Is this pulverize?
First, this is, nope, just
punish.
punishing
Sorry.
again.
Punish, yeah.
Ooh, very low roll for the first. That's a 10.
10 misses.
And a very low roll for the second, so I hated to do it, so I don't do it. 12 for the
12 does hit.
Does hit?
Yeah. Skeletons don't have the huge AC necessarily.
No, but it's a 1 on the damage, so 4 points of physical damage.
4 points of physical damage. Still standing. It's a... You do about as much damage as spell slots did. The skeleton kind of looks back at you.
Trying to blow it over the rest of the way.
It's mad dogging you from its eyeless sockets. Kresh is gone, so now it's Toro and Indra.
Oh. All right. I'll just look at Indra and be like, mind if I do the honors?
Go for it.
And just pull out a dagger and just... And I'm gonna do my impale.
Go for it.
Come on, 17 or 20? I got a 19! Or an 18! That's a crit!
That's a crit.
You can't see! They're far from each other!
Your expression says it all.
So it gets a critical hit on a 17 or a 20.
Yep.
Or 17 through 20.
So as you-
And it's 2d12 damage. Wait, let me get another d12. I never get
The
to do
skeleton
this.
with 1 hit point left is
gonna
Oh,
hit.
just wait for it.
Man.
Socially distant D&D.
Here we go, here we go. I never get to roll d12s. This is awesome. Okay. So that's 9 damage, so 18 plus 5.
23 points.
So 23 points of damage.
This skeleton is like taking blow after blow, and it's standing resolute against you and your companions around you as it turns towards you. The dagger comes towards it, and as time slows, it sits there and contemplates in that final moment.
Gary Jules playing.
Yeah.
Mad World right now.
It considers nothing because it's a skeleton. It has no mind. Whereas the other skeletons explode into chunks of bone, the dagger just impacts, and as it hits the ground, it turns to dust. The sheer force of it causing whatever possible undead willpower held it together to just atomize.
You just hear my dagger go ding, ding, ding.
I think that's all of them.
That wasn't too bad.
Technical question.
Yes.
Since it was both of our turns at the same time, do I still get that 6 arcane power?
You get it back regardless outside of combat. You're the few that generates. You're usually at full arcane power at the beginning of the fight. The problem is, a lot of your things cost a lot.
But, so what we're saying is by the next fight I'll have full arcane power?
You will.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There you go.
That's
The fun thing
good
about
to
wizards,
know.
they don't have to build up their resources. You start full, but you got to be careful what you use.
Yeah, it's meteors. You know,
Indeed.
Whatever.
Meteors.
Alrighty. So, checking the body of Kresh amongst the armor, you do find a couple of items because it's Diablo, and that's one of the cool parts about it. You find a magical ring of silver and gold inlay, and beneath its helmet you can see this kind of burial shawl or hood that it was keeping in there that seems to shimmer in the torchlight. The shawl is considered the Shawl of the Forsaken, and it gives whoever wears it a +1 to hit on any of their abilities that roll to hit. The ring is the Ring of the Zakarum, which gives a +1 to your armor class and saves while it's worn.
As the one who casted the meteor that took out this here, can I lay clay to the ring?
Sure.
Thank you.
Alright, so AC and saves go up by 1. Who would like the Shawl of the Forsaken?
I mean...
I'm good with faith.
Anyone feel like they need a little boost to their attacks?
We're good as well. Onyx is so polite.
Right?
What about you, spell slots?
Goes to Remy.
You got it. So +1 to hit on all of your abilities.
Sweet.
Descending the stairway beyond this encounter with Kresh, the air grows slightly warmer and carries a hint of putrescence upon it. While the architecture remains a continuation of the crypt above, these walls have seen more wear and tear. Odd black iron chains dangle in places, some of them finishing in large metal hooks. The recurring cherub reliefs and holy iconography you see are often scratched out or gouged entirely from the wall around you. When the steps come to an end, you can see this is a much larger chamber, maybe 100 or so feet across, but there are 4 smaller, almost mausoleum-like doored chambers within. What would you like to do?
And they're closed? The doors are all closed?
Seems to be, yeah.
Do we hear any noise? Does Johnny have any inclination of where this child is?
Johnny goes,
Oh yeah, no, it's across the way. This door's on the other side. That's where we're supposed to be.
What's behind the other doors?
The room where the child is. Come on.
and you see him start walking ahead.
Just let him go first, like 15, 20 feet. Let's see what happens.
Also, he didn't answer our question at all. Yeah.
No, he didn't.
You
So
see
we're gonna let him go and see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay. He walks along, goes, oh, and picks up a gold piece and puts it in the set. Takes a few more steps.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Picks up like a little candle holder, puts it in the bag.
Stop it. I'd run ahead of him and kick any pots that are.
It's like, bring him. It's like, no, wait. And these pots are mostly empty. He does rush off into one chamber that has an open door, and he goes, ooh, and darts in there. He's like easily distracted by his particular interest in finding worthwhile things in the vicinity. He rushes into there are the 4 chambers. You pass the first 2, and the one on the right actually is an open door, and the one on the left is partially ajar. He rushes to the one on the left and begins to push his way in, and you see him disappear inside that chamber.
Are there any screams coming from that chamber?
You don't hear any.
What about the one to the right?
One to the right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't hear anything coming from that one? You want to make a perception check?
Sure. 20.
As you kind of glance through and look into this open doorway, this next room, it's far more grotesque than you were expecting. You can see all across the floor there are dozens and dozens of long rotted corpses, mostly skeletal with bits of putrid flesh still hanging on the bone. There are many chains hanging from this room and bodies on hooks that have since all the meat has sloughed off. And this is from it's been here for quite some time. It's been left still and filled with rot. Glancing inside in the middle of it, you see this squat, kind of tubby-looking, red and black-skinned demonic creature that is sitting with tiny, scrawny legs and scrawny arms in this very, very wide midsection. Its horns are kind of curled inward, and it's just kind of sitting there chewing on a bone, going.
Does it see me?
It does not see you. Well, make a stealth check, actually, for me, if you don't mind.
Oh, God. Mm-hmm. 12.
It looks up at you. Darts off into the shadow nearby.
Friend or foe?
There's a brief pause, and a voice rings out from the shadow that says,
You step into the realm of Damashal, the great eater of storms, lord of annihilation, and demon master of this dominion. Leave now, or become devoured by his immense and terrible form.
Does he sound full of
Make an insight check.
Not great. 14.
It's not easy to notice. Yeah, he's full of
Do we waste our time here?
I mean, are we supposed to eradicate all of the evil?
I am. I'm gonna go and try to drag him out of whatever cubbyhole he's in.
Make a perception check as you enter this chamber filled with bones.
Not good. 4.
You look in the room. You have no idea where this thing is. You heard the voice boom from it, but you kind of push through the chains and stuff, and the voice says,
I said, run away before it's too late! Please!
Please.
How long have you been here?
Since time eternal, about a year.
We're hearing about a child here. Do you know anything about that?
Make a persuasion check.
That's much better. 21.
Stepping out from this like cluster of bones that have kind of melted together as the fats of the bodies have solidified around it, he kind of pokes out at you. This sad-looking demon creature, maybe about 3 feet off the ground, kind of scutters out.
Hi. I'm Damashal, Eater of Storms, avatar form. Much bigger and dangerous in true form.
Yes.
You're looking for the child, right?
Seem to be.
He's below, but the doors are closed and locked. You need,
And he reaches behind the bodies and pulls out this, like, stone circular seal.
You need this.
So give it.
How about we trade? I'm very hungry. Not a lot, around here to eat anymore. Any fresh flesh?
Johnny!
he comes out around the way with like a small box, and he's like,
"Oh, I found some. Yeah."
Puts it in the sash.
Yes.
Someone in the room is asking for you.
Pulls a blade out. Make a deception check.
9.
What are you telling me?
Go in the room.
Make an intimidation check.
Come on, big money.
17. He goes,
Oh. Of course, yeah. You know, gotta keep you all safe.
He kind of creeps in with his dagger out, walks into the room and sees the creature. He goes,
What? Oh, kill it! There's another one of them demons!
I nod and smile at our demon friend.
Make friends. Be nice.
For me.
Yeah, don't be
Okay.
rude.
the demon begins to walk forward. It's like,
Whoa. What you mean?
I just close the door
No!
behind
the door closes here. And screams out of a section of the upper. What you didn't notice is on the walls there are these like faint remaining elements of stained glass reliefs that are on the top. You see a bloody hand go. Like a terrible twist on the Titanic scene as it just blood smears down the glass.
Hey, buddy, what you saw back there, that's not how people usually act. You don't have to, we're going to get some ice cream later. It's going to be fine.
Spellslots are just crying.
You know, it started as a joke, and then we just let it happen, so I'm proud of us.
A few moments pass, it grows quiet, and the door opens once more. And you see the squat demon come out, kind of picking elements of muscle from a freshly exposed bone, and goes,
Well, thank you very much. That's a fine trade. Good luck with the child.
and then tosses the stone relief to you, and
I'm gonna have leftovers for a little bit.
Oh, hey, do you have any use for that bag of gold he had? Could we take that?
Go ahead.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
I believe Mordred was in that room, so he walks out and says, blood spattered from his face.
That's true, yeah.
That was really something to see. Let's go.
All right, we go downstairs.
Okay.
We need to take care of him on the way out, though. Let's.
For sure.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Let him enjoy his last meal.
Making your way to the double doors on the opposite side. There it is. You can see the large angelic reliefs both facing each other, arms meeting in the center where the circular imprint currently awaits the seal that you were given. Placing it into it, the doors open and lead you into a large stone spiral staircase that descends out of view.
I feel so bad about Johnny.
You're having guilt now?
Too late. I know, it's too late.
Do you want to go back and kill him? Would that make you feel better?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Just take care of the child.
Okay.
We've got some reverse healing to do. Let's go.
Partway down the stairs, you find an alcove with a stone fountain of some kind that's kind of just situated in the side. The water's still running after all this time. As you pass by at a quick glance, the waters are red and thicker than the average liquid.
Wine.
Totally.
Yeah. Can I touch it and feel it with my fingers?
Sure.
What's it taste like?
Well, I'm feeling it first. Hang on.
Make sure you taste it as well.
All right.
Thick and somewhat viscous. The smell is somewhat iron-like.
What does it taste like, though?
I can't believe you tasted it.
What? It's blood. Turns out this fountain bleeds. Maybe it can die, you know. All right, let's go.
Continuing down the spiral staircase.
I just like that that's how they're bonding. That was pretty good, yeah.
At the base of the stairs, you find an open arched threshold that leads into a massive shrine, long since repurposed as a catacomb. The intricate walls are lined with stone reliefs of angels and demons fighting mid-battle. Rising tall to the 30-foot ceiling, Above, where hundreds of still-lit candles fill every open pocket. Dual curving stairs rise against the sides of the wall to climb to a risen platform where a pulpit and altar sit on top to the back wall, far from where you look up. The center of the room holds a half-dozen heavy, intricate stone tombs. Carvings of ancient warriors carved atop the lids, a bit scattered in their positioning on the floor. The floor shines with thousands and thousands of gold pieces, glittering in the light between the scattered piles of bones. The air suddenly grows incredibly cold. Your breath immediately visible. The candles all flicker in unison, their flame shifting from yellow-orange to a dull blue, pale blue. You now see a spectral entity rise from the gold on the floor above. It's a child, a boy in his teenage years, his clothes dirty and tattered. His left leg seems to vanish past the knee. As he floats above within the room,
more imbeciles come to help me out. Great. The bigger the network, the easier the profit. You! See this depressingly small horde? It's nowhere near enough. Good help seems to always be a challenge to find, and you all look slightly less useless than the others. You want to live? Go! Get out there, in the Western Kingdoms, and bring me some real treasure.
kind of floats there awaiting a response.
Oh, I don't know about you all, but I had no plans to go to the West.
I also work for no one, so...
Just make yourselves useful.
Oh.
I need gold.
We will make
Give me
ourselves
some.
useful, darling.
His face pouts a little bit. Why is it so hard to find help? Well, at least Johnny's still out there. He'll bring me back some gold. Nowhere near close.
What do you need it for, young one?
You can see the kind of angry frustration in the face melt away for a second as the spirit's eyes go distant. I need to help her. She deserves it. I made a promise that I'd help her, and then this is nowhere near enough. I can't leave until I help her! And as that echoes through the chamber, you can see a spirit kind of flickers and grows wider, and you see the wind kind of whip up a bit.
Who is she?
Jillian. Are you going to help me or not?
We are going to help you leave this mortal coil. Come, boy. Let's play.
The spirit's eyes narrow, and you watch as the chamber's temperature drops even lower. Blue flames flicker in his spiritual eyes, and you watch as all the candles begin to dim. If you want to walk to your death, that's entirely up to you, armored boy. Fine. Let your spirit die in some ways like mine did. And you hear the rumbling as the bones begin to rise up and form. You watch as these massive skeletons begin to pull out of the hordes of gold. Not quite humanoid, larger, stranger. Bipedal, but shouldn't be. Large, elongated skulls with curved horns, not unlike the one on your head, as you see massive, bovine-like skeletons holding large glaives rise, two of them to each side of this spirit.
The cows. It's the cows.
You want to step against the spirit of Wirt? Then fine. Join me. Everyone roll initiative.
Word.
So, at the top of this, you see the spirit of this boy Wirt angrily begin to rise and extend his hands. You see him try and push upward. It's almost like something's pulling him down, and he gets frustrated for a second. He's going to go ahead and glance towards you, Toro, and say, well, if Johnny's not going to help, I need someone else to help me. You! Make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Saving throw?
Correct.
Come on.
Oh, Cox. Keeps getting up in that. Ooh, that's real bad. I rolled a 2 for a 3 total.
Ooh.
Wow.
I think that probably saved.
Yep.
Blue flames now flicker matchingly in the eyes of Toro as you have become Wirt's thrall. You are charmed by him and now working on his side of the battle for the time being.
3 cows.
No, I'm not one of them.
Good, good. The right attire for the right occasion. Kill them, please. He says to the other skeletons and continues to float up, seemingly resisting some sort of force that's holding him down, though he's still 30 feet up in the air. That is going to bring us to Indra's go.
In all of my arcane knowledge, would I know if physical or magic attack this ghost?
Roll an Arcana check.
Okay.
Arcana or religion, your call.
What's 17 plus 8?
Good enough.
Okay, cool.
Magic of all different kinds definitely seems to have an impact on spectral entities. You would know that they probably, some physical strikes tend to not be as effective, as well as like cold and poison, seeing as how they're an undead spirit.
Good to know.
So,
thank you.
What you got going?
I'm going to look at one of the Mumu men and cast Ray of Frost at it.
Alrighty.
Which is a... Oh, dang. Does 15 hit?
15 does hit.
Dope. That is 4d6. 5, 9,
Laszlo,
10,
you're on deck.
15 points of cold damage.
15 points of cold damage.
And this target speed is also halved.
Nice.
Awesome. So one of the hell bovines, it's now covered in frost and ice crystals across it, and you see it kind of like it's having to move and push through the parts of its body. The joints are now frozen and locked. It's definitely slowed, and it's taken a nice little hit to its body.
Dope. That's all.
Are you remaining there in the kind of the stairway entryway?
How far am I from everything right now?
You're about 20 feet from the two skeletal bovines. You are right next to Toro, and the ghost is about 35 feet within the chamber.
Seeing as Toro is ranged, I'm gonna stay where I'm gonna stay put for a bit.
You got it. Okay. Finishing your turn, Indra. Laszlo, you're up. Toro, you're on deck.
The opposite minion, I'm going to cast Decrepify on.
Ooh. Very nice.
Cursed creature within 60 feet for 4 rounds. Their movement is halved, and any physical attacks they use deal half damage. It's a DC 15 Constitution.
Nice.
At the end of their turn.
Correct. So as you reach out, expend the essence, you watch as the shadows pierce inside of it and almost pull it to the ground, like these tendrils of black and gray are now keeping it roped, and its skeletal bone structure is now fighting against it, elements of it turning to dust by the contact. Both of these are pretty hindered at the moment. Well done. I'm going to send spell slots after that guy.
Do it. Spell slots.
He's gonna as he's running up to him. 10.
10 does not hit.
It's like a soft pillow.
Yep. More of a gentle caress of the thing.
And yeah, that's the end of my turn.
All right, finishing lesson soon. Toro, you're up.
Okay.
Your friends are your enemies. Your choice.
Do I get to try and save from this at the top of my turn?
At the end of your turn, you
At
do.
the end of my turn. Okay. Who do I see in my nearest periphery?
You're right next to Indra. You are like right next to all your friends, essentially. You guys are still standing in the stairway where you stand. So they're like, you have to pick your litter.
5, 10, 15, 20. I'm gonna roll to see. I'm gonna say 5, 10. I'm gonna attack Mordred.
Go for it. So, as you're bearing down, looking at this, getting ready to charge in.
Wait, what are you?
Moo. Hungering arrow.
I can't get out the way.
Two hits. Oh, I rolled low.
That's a gif if I've ever heard.
Can't get out the way.
Okay, so the first one is a 10 to hit, which I don't think hits. The next one is a 15. Miss?
Both of them impact on the shield,
okay,
no impact.
I rolled a 9 and a 3. Great.
All right, now go ahead and roll another wisdom saving throw.
Or no, wait, an 8 plus 9, 17.
No.
Right? Am I doing this right? Yes.
8 plus 9 would be 17.
So 17,
yeah.
but still no. Okay,
Still
so
no.
both miss.
All right.
And
Fire twice.
Toro!
Oh no.
I'll allow it.
Things.
I'll allow it.
Different Toro. I will do my bonus action to spin discipline to do shadow power. So every time I attack, I heal myself.
So you watch now as the blue glowing in Toro's eyes, these black shadow wings kind of appear from the back, these like black tendrils in the shape of wings, and this kind of aura of black energy surrounds her.
Just pouring out from under the mask and the helm.
All right, that finishes your go, Toro. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
That was so 8 is
You can do it. Come on.
All right, come on. Big money. Big money. Oh my God, no, 4. Rolled a 3.
Hell, yes. Okay.
No.
That was small money.
Small money. $4. $4.
How are you supposed to buy chicken nuggets?
No,
Any pots in this room?
Just go over some kicking pots angrily.
Finishing Toro's turn, the 2 hell bovine skeletons begin to lurch forward. They're both slowed and can only get to the very front line, which means their only target is going to be you at the moment, since you're the one in front. So by slowing them down, they can't get to any of the meatier pieces, unfortunately. So both of them swing towards you. So they both have the large glaives. One of them...
To glaive.
That's a 24 to hit.
That does kind of hit.
Indeed. You take 13 points of physical damage from the one that is slowed by you. The other one, that's going to be a 19 to hit. Hits again. This one, however, is decrepified by you, which means you would take 11 reduced to 5 points of physical damage from it. They both also are jailers, so you watch as suddenly I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Jailers? Uh-oh.
And you make
Real
a
low.
wisdom saving throw.
Real low. That is a 5.
Your movement is reduced to 0 until the end of the next turn.
I don't need movement.
Crit fail.
Crit fail. Your movement is also to 0. You're both locked into place by some sort of strange arcane power, and your feet cannot move off the ground.
No.
That finishes their turn. That brings us to Mordred and Remy.
All right, as a bonus action, I will recite more scripture from the church and use laws of justice to grant myself and allies within 30 feet resistance to cold, fire, and lightning damage. And I will use my action to consecrate the ground we stand on. And for the next 4 rounds, we will heal. At the start of our turns, we get back 1d6 plus 2, so at the start of your turns.
You've got it. All right.
Have pity, they are all Moomin beings.
How long did you have that? How long did you have it locked in?
5 minutes.
Wait for the right turn.
Alrighty, finishing your go, Mordred, unable to move from your space.
Yep.
You slammed your shield into the ground. You watch as this arcane circle apparates out in a space around Mordred, and as it does, you feel kind of the soft divine energy beginning to close any wounds as they begin to arrive. Remy, what are you doing?
Well, first I'm going to heal 3 points.
There you go.
And then I'm gonna run up behind the bovine that's attacking Mordred. Actually, Mordred's probably got it handled. I'm gonna run up behind Laszlo.
Okay.
Just seem a little bit smaller. But both of you are actually pretty hardcore, aren't you?
I'm pretty up, actually.
I'm gonna run up behind you. All right, the one attacking him.
All right.
It's not gonna kill him anyway. And I'm gonna, as I'm running up, turn into my crocodile form.
You got it.
And I'm gonna maul.
Go for it. Maul.
Whoa, that was aggressive. Plus 9, so 18.
18 does hit.
All right. 11 points.
11 points of damage, alrighty. As you reach out, transforming, you reach out with your claws and bite towards it, and you take a chunk of its bone off. You can see, like, part of the ribs now broken on the inside, but it's still holding itself together. Well done. Does that finish your go?
Yeah.
Alrighty. That now brings us to the top of the round as Wirt's go. Wirt is now shouting out into the field, Jillian, I'm trying, but they're getting in my way. I'll stop you, for her sake. And as he raises his hands into the sky, the wind begins to whip up and the gold begins to pick up in the wind, faster and faster. Suddenly, you're all being pelted by a storm of gold coins. I need everybody in the space to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw against his affluent poltergeist ability.
What we love most is betraying us.
Terrible.
Including me, I'm
Including you, yeah. And including the bovines. It's everything in this.
That was a good roll, though.
I got an 18.
19. Okay.
Natural 20.
Nice.
Ooh.
Natural 6.
Wait.
23.
Is this how the pots get full?
We figured it out.
So success
We're
on that one.
witnessing a natural
So you
phenomenon.
take, would have been 23 points of physical damage. Instead, you take 11.
Jeebus.
What'd you roll?
Natural 20 for 22.
11 points of physical damage.
6.
23 points of physical
Mordred's
damage.
down.
Oh, no. Is the ground still consecrated?
Avenge me.
The consecration stays.
Okay, thank goodness.
Oh, wait, does Mordred, he will heal as he...
At the top of
If it comes to his turn, it will.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mess
no.
with the bull, you get the horn.
19. Do I have to roll for spell slots?
Dab.
Yes.
13.
Please dab up,
13.
diagonally up and away from me.
So you take 11 points of damage. And as you're like shielding it, you look past the storm of gold coins whooping past, and you look out and you can see spell slots turns around to you with this, like, if a skeleton could make a sad face, it reaches.
In that moment, Laszlo realizes, like, you've been my son this entire time.
Only time.
The jaw gets torn off, the arm torn off, and eventually the skeleton is just pulled apart by the pelting gold coins. Gone. Gone. Gone.
23 total?
23. You take 11 points of physical damage and make another saving throw.
And make another saving
Correct.
throw. Okay. So I'll bring it to 27. Just a wisdom saving throw, you mean?
Wisdom saving throw, yeah.
Roll a 3 again.
Nope. Still under his guise. All right, cool.
Oh my god.
So that finishes Wirt's turn. You can see, like, now this like angst in his face, this like deep sadness and anger, and is just right now conflicted in this moment. That finishes his turn. Indra, you're up. Laszlo, you're on deck.
So, back to the 15 feet thing.
Yeah.
The bovines, they are within 15 feet of each other, like next to each other.
They are. They both swarmed towards Mordred, yes.
Right. Is
You
it possible?
might, there's a chance you could hit Remy, but if you want to risk it.
I'm behind.
You're behind. Okay. Then I rescind that.
Or go for it. Your call.
You know, nah. Someone down. Oh, you said one. I get a D6 plus how much?
Plus 2.
Plus
Plus
2.
2.
All right. I'm gonna put that. Ooh, 6. And I'm going to Ray of Frost at the same one.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack again.
16 plus 10. 26. Does that hit him?
That definitely hits.
Wonderful. So now it's 5d6.
The damage is increasing because you're focusing the beam. Yep.
Exactly. That's 5, right? Yep. That's 6. 5, 5. That's 16 plus 6.
It's 22.
24 points of chili.
So with that, the first bovine form you've been focusing this beam on, you watch as you're pushing and just focusing this intense arcane blast of frozen death onto it, and as it does, the ice builds up around it. It's pushing forward and pulling its glaive into the air, and it's about to bring it down before it freezes solid, and then as the coins hit it, it breaks away into thousands of tiny frozen bone fragments.
Dope.
All right, Laszlo, you're up.
Do I have a clean line of a clean line to hit that other bovine?
With a little bit of movement, you would.
Okay. Can I take that little bit of movement?
Sure.
Yeah.
Shift to the side, and you now can see it. It's kind of between Mordred and Remy, and so you're now kind of hitting them from a flank position.
Great. I'm gonna undo my coat real quick, and Laszlo reveals his rib cage, and it starts coming out and twisting into a very long spear, right at this guy.
All right.
So I'm casting Bone Spear on him.
You got it. Go ahead and for that.
He has
to save
DC 14. Yeah.
That's right. Dexterity save. No, natural 6. Does not save.
11 and 11, 22.
22 points of damage?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's just enough, actually. So as you come out, you form it, and then the ribs come out and form into this spiraling drill, almost magical spear, and as it blasts into the side, you watch as it shatters the entire midsection. The pelvis and spinal column are just gone, and the rest of it kind of standing there hits the ground and just falls apart into pieces of bone.
Yeah. And as it goes down, under his breath, he goes, "You killed spell slots." That's how origin stories start, guys.
Awesome. Finishing your turn. Toro, you're up.
So, okay. 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm going to do it again. See who I hit. I had natural 20.
Whoa,
on who to pick. So.
How much hatred you got?
10 hatred.
Okay.
So I'm going to Hungering Arrow again. Great rolls. Just great rolls. 19 for the first one.
That hits.
I want to go ahead and do damage. Great roll, 10 damage.
Okay.
And then 23 for the second one.
That
for
hits.
the second hit. 9 damage.
Okay. That's cool.
And I'm gonna spend.
We're still gonna be friends if you spend this. That's fine.
I'm gonna spend 6 hatred to toss down a spike trap and back up.
All right. So after you fire twice into Laszlo's side, you're like, ah! Reacting, you don't even see it at the moment, but you slip and throw this little trap right underneath Laszlo that he does not even notice.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna hold.
All right. That finishes your turn. Both of the Hellbovines are destroyed. Mordred and Remy,
Do I get to roll? I get to roll, right? To see if I save?
You do, yes.
Come on.
Big money.
Okay. There's a 15 plus my wisdom save for 16 total.
You break free of the influence of Wirt.
So I back up and I'm about to hit the detonation on the trap and I'm gonna go.
Perfect. Alrighty, that finishes your go. What are you guys doing?
Well, I heal. I rolled a 6 on a d6, so I'll get 8 hit points back.
Indeed. So you heal and come to consciousness on the ground.
Ooh,
the wind's still whipping around you, coins, and you can just barely see above the glowing spectral form of this infuriated child.
All right, well, there was nothing I can do to get up there, so I just... Am I still held in place from... No, the
Bovine's dead.
bovines are dead, so I can move, right?
Indeed, yeah,
So I'll use half my movement to return to standing.
Get back up.
And I will continue to recite the laws of justice to keep up our resistance, because it's about all I can do.
Maybe Jillian's under the gold. He keeps pointing down.
Should make a history check for me.
10.
10? It's hard to place, but you feel like you've come across a Jillian before. You can't quite pinpoint it, though.
She did sound familiar.
Jillian Anderson of the X-Files.
So that's your turn?
That's it, yeah.
Alrighty. What are you doing, Remy?
The only thing I can try to do is wind shear. So I'm gonna hold up my arm again, and a spectral blade is gonna shoot out towards the child.
You've got it.
That's a 27 to hit.
That does hit.
3d8. 17 points.
17 points, nice. So it does strike him, but the wind shear doesn't impact him as heavily as you would hope. The spectral form seeming resistant to a lot of physical damage.
Yeah, I can only do physical damage, guys. Sorry about that.
And so he is still sitting strong, angry, and the storm is still whipping around. That finishes your turn?
I'm gonna go with me on this.
Okay.
I'm gonna send my swarm of insects as a bonus action.
Okay.
But I'm gonna swarm them down and under the gold.
Okay.
Searching for something.
Okay. We'll come to you next round then.
Okay.
All right, coming to the top of the round, it's now Wart's turn again. He's going to continue to whip this into a frenzy. Everyone, once again, make a dexterity saving throw.
Go down. Boy, you're gonna go back down again?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's bad. Well, actually, it might be okay.
15?
19 points of physical damage.
Is that halved?
No, she failed.
Ooh, fails.
Okay.
I fail.
19 points of physical damage.
19.
You take 9 points of physical damage.
Mordred is down.
Oh, Mordred!
21?
15, so.
Take 19 points of physical damage. You're getting... This is turning very badly. You're getting the sense that on a